How did we get to episode 300? When I began The Seen and the Unseen almost 6 years ago, it was an experiment. I didn't understand podcasting, and this show was so different then. But I kept myself open to learning and realized that all my priors about this medium were wrong. I did not have to cater to short attention spans. People want depth, they want nuance, they want serious discussion that is not about scoring points or gotcha moments. And they are interested in human beings as much as ideas. Over this time, the show's evolved from 20-minute glimpses of public policy to 2-hour deep dives into subjects to 5-hour conversations that are akin to oral history. And the deeper my dives, the deeper your engagement. So I want to thank all of you for the love you've given me, which keeps me going. This is not just a matter of great numbers. This show is kept alive and financially viable by the contributions of listeners. To bring up an old trope of mine, your love ain't just some abstract thing, it's concrete, and I feel it every day. So thank you again. Now, I celebrated episode 200 with a mega conversation curated by Shruti Rajgopalan, in which a whole bunch of my guests asked me questions. For episode 300, I've decided not to do something so elaborate, but just get a special guest. That's what I've done, and we had a special conversation.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Pratap Bhanu Mehta, and I was almost tempted not to record the intro for this episode because Pratap needs no introduction. Pratap is one of my intellectual heroes, and I've learned a lot from him over the years, not just from his writing, but his way of thinking about a subject. All of us, we dig deep as far as our capacity allows, and then we stop. And the narratives we have are the narratives we have. But Pratap digs deeper into whatever subject he cares about and keeps himself open more than anyone else I know. Whenever I read him or interact with him, I feel like I need to step back and learn that all my reading so far is inadequate. He was my guest in episode 186 of the show, and many people still refer to that as their favorite episode. Do listen to that if you haven't already. These two are like companion conversations in a sense. Now, that earlier episode was recorded remotely, and oddly enough, we hadn't met in person until I went to Delhi this August and invited him for this chat. We spoke about the world and the self, about the personal and the political, about how the shape of the world is shifting and how we can try to make sense of it. There is more insight per minute in this conversation than in perhaps any episode I've recorded. And in it, you'll also hear him mention the great Dalit scholar Chandrabhan Prasad. And when I told him, hey, I invited Chandrabhan ji to the show and he declined, Pratap said, don't worry, I'll make it happen. And he did. And that episode actually released before this one 3 weeks ago. That's just one instance of the kindness I referred to. Anyway, check out this conversation. I loved it so much. But first, let's take a quick commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called The Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their daily reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Pratap, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you for having me.
I'm so glad to be recording this in person. The last time we recorded was August 2020, and that, of course, had to be a remote recording because COVID and all of us were kind of hunkered down. And I wanted to start by sort of asking you how in these months, how life has changed, in the sense that I often feel, and looking at myself as well, that all of this, when you move to a different way of life. For example, when I left full-time employment more than a decade and a half ago and started working, the texture of your days change. What you do with your time changes. Your incentives change in terms of the things that drive you to action and the things that don't. And that changes the work you do, that changes the person you are, so on and so forth. And in a sense, one COVID, I think, forced upon all of us a different kind of rhythm of existence, where for many men, certainly, we've had the luxury of, perhaps a slower rhythm at times where you're not always up and about. For many women, it's a faster, choppier rhythm because there's so much more to deal with at home without household help and so on and so forth. But in your case, how has the texture of your days changed in a sense? And would that same kind of change also apply in terms of no longer running an institution? Like in the past, you were running CPR and then you were at Ashoka, and you're much more independent in a sense now. How has change been for you in that way?
Oh gosh. So look, at one level, as we share the same profession in some senses, we talk and write. And I think for that profession, control over your time has always been, I think, much easier than in almost any other profession. And, so at one level, I think if you're a writer, COVID was actually a godsend in some ways. I mean, you had the luxury of just sitting and writing. You didn't have the usual phone calls disturbing you. So the sense of control over your time, at least, I think was immense. I think the flip side of it is that your sense of how the world operates, I think subconsciously, changed quite dramatically without you realizing it. Partly, I think, the last 2 years have also coincided with lots of tectonic changes in the world, geopolitical changes, economic changes. And I think what COVID did was just add to that sense of uncertainty. You're just much less in command, as it were, or much less confident about your own judgments about what's happening in the world. I mean, it's like making a call on the virus, right? When to mask, when to not, when is it safe, when is it not safe? So that sense of uncertainty and I think anxiety, has also become a part of a kind of existential, condition. But I have to say, I've also been surprised by just how quickly the world has rebounded from COVID. I mean, yes, we can talk about, changes in rhythms. And I think, as I said, for our professions, it's easier. It is gendered, as you rightly, said. But if you travel the last 6 to 7 months, frankly, COVID seems like a distant gleam, at least in the public space. I mean, obviously, it is affecting a lot of lives still. The death rates are still quite high in many countries. And this has been true of humanity in general, right? We always think of these catastrophic events, right? The Spanish influenza, right? Humanity was back to being what it was 2 or 3 years, years later. So perhaps in a couple of years, we'll look back and say maybe it wasn't as tectonic a shift in our lifestyles as perhaps it should have been. That's a good news story because it shows a certain kind of resilience. It may not be a good news story if what that means is we're not learning the right lessons.
So when you spoke about, it changing the way you perceive how the world operates, or even right now you spoke about, learning the right lessons. Can you elaborate on those?
So, one of the things, right, for the senses in which our generations have been privileged, right? I mean, you can take any arbitrarily cut-off date, people born in the late 60s, early 70s, and given the privileged positions we've occupied, one, we've never had to contemplate a truly human scale, global scale catastrophe in our lifetimes. I mean, we have no memory of what that is like, right? Our dominant mythology is constant improvement, the promise of greater control over our environment, the promise of actually pretty much being able to do anything at will. I mean, at least aspirationally, even if it's not accessible to everyone, right? And so just the consciousness, right, that actually we might be at a moment where those things which we had relegated to the past because we were so confident of our control of nature, right, there will be no major pandemic, there will be no major climate change induced catastrophe, or even if climate change affects it, it's something we can control. Nuclear war, interestingly, right, non-negligible risk. So I think we are, for our generation, I think it's the first time where you're actually having to think about those things that humanity periodically always had to throughout its existence till maybe 1945 or something. So that's, I think, one, and we never know what those changes actually do. I think those changes will play in our psyche subconsciously and slowly. I mean, in a sense, we'll see their visible marks, I think, in a while, because partly because of the global scale of these challenges. It's not easy to come up with answers of what are we supposed to do about it. If you look at the decline of civilizations, right, particularly climate-induced decline of civilizations, I mean, history is littered with civilizations, right, that were pretty confident. I mean, we don't know how many of them declined in Indus Valley or whatever, but these civilizations continue until one day they don't, right? You just look at, the heat wave this year, right? I mean, the idea that the major rivers of every country from China to France to the United States are running dry is truly staggering. I mean, what it actually does to, our sense of possibility. So I think it's for the first time again that we are having to think in planetary terms, because a planetary catastrophe is actually not a non-negligible possibility.
So, you kind of mentioned how, civilizations assume they're dominant until one day they're not there. And that reminded me of this lovely quote by Douglas Adams, which I'm just going to sort of read out. Quote, imagine a puddle waking up one morning and thinking, this is an interesting world I find myself in, an interesting hole I find myself in. Fits me rather neatly, doesn't it? In fact, it fits me staggeringly well. Must have been made to have me in it. This is such a powerful idea that as the sun rises in the sky and the air heats up, and as gradually the puddle gets smaller and smaller, is still frantically hanging on to the notion that everything's going to be all right because this world was meant to have him in it, was built to have him in it. So the moment he disappears, catches him rather by surprise. I think this may be something we need to be on the watch out for. Stop quote. And, when you speak about the inevitable, how progress is inevitable, that notion that, the arc of history is going towards a good place. And I must confess that that's what I believed as well. I think it was a default way of thinking for a lot of people that, you assumed with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall breaking down, all of that, you assumed that it was indeed, as Fukuyama said, the end of history, though, I mean, obviously that's a very misinterpreted essay. But the general sentiment of the misinterpretation also was something that many people believed in, that we've solved many of these problems, the authoritarian horrors of the past are surely behind us, and wherever they do exist, they will gradually recede in front of the undeniable logic of freedom, and so on and so forth. And I think so many of us have had to sort of recast that notion in the last few years, to the extent that many will still say कि ठीक है, it's a cycle, but it's going to turn back. This moment can't last forever. What are your thoughts on reconsidering this? And the thing is that once we decided that that is the way the world was, that progress was inevitable, we also built narratives to explain why that was so. And that fed into a framework through which we looked at the world. And if the fact is that progress wasn't inevitable, that we can go backwards, then all of those frameworks also collapse. So in what ways have you sort of changed your thinking? Like, what are the major ways in which you've kind of changed or refined your thinking in the last few years? And would you say that this is still something that intellectuals or thinkers or so on are, coming to terms with?
Gosh, as always, what a wonderfully big and profound question. And you've opened the door now to speculation. So I hope you won't have buyer's regret. Maybe this is a good moment to kind of step back a little bit from the immediate moment, and I think just using Fukuyama as a kind of benchmark, I think, to look back at the arc of history over, let's say, the last 150, 200 years, right? Now, it seems to me that, when you and I had a confidence in progress, broadly speaking, right, in a way it had three different strands to it. One is what you might call technological confidence. I mean, that's the project of the modern world, which is increasing mastery over nature, right? To be able to deliver pretty much what we want at whim, right? The different names to it, rationalization of the world, where more and more of the world comes under our control, right? And our confidence about that took this really radical form that we could actually remake nature, right? That we could somehow remake the planetary system. We are a kind of infrastructure species in some ways, right? You can literally alter the face of the globe. But now there are different varieties of it, not just science fiction fantasies, but, altering your genes. So that sense of the radical reconstitution of nature, not just mastery of nature, radical reconstitution of nature, is something that I think had become, common sense, right, for I think many of us. And if you look at the current moment, the only people who seem to be optimists are people who are still in that techno solution space. I mean, that's like a whole sort of, different universe. What energy crisis, the cost of solar will be zero in 5 years, we'll be fine. What fruit crisis? We can synthesize plant-based proteins in labs, we'll be fine in 5 years, right? But I think the question in some senses is whether this techno-solutionism, right, is actually the right or the adequate approach to this moment. Yeah. So that's, I think, one. I think in some senses long strand. The second project, which was, I think, an interesting one, which I think comes out of the French revolutionary tradition, but I think is at the heart of almost all modern politics, right, is creating a political order that is a product of our conscious design, right? Which in a sense not just reflects our status as free and equal people, but in some senses is not confined by the encumbrances of historical necessity, right? There's something willed about it. There's something legitimate about it. There's something justified about it. And I think one of the paradoxes, I think, of our particular moment is that ambition of creating a social order that would be justified to all. That's actually the ambition we gave up the first, right? So we think of the nation state form and capitalism, to take two social forms, as kind of more or less necessary for our social existence, in a way in which we aren't even taking nature as necessary for our social existence, right? I mean, there's a kind of weight of necessity that comes to our social arrangements that is actually quite surprising. I mean, that in some senses, that's, as I said, that's the paradox of modernity, right? We were supposed to remake our societies. We've ended up remaking nature without quite remaking our societies. And at this moment, right, that poses a particular challenge, which is that if you actually have this crisis around, let's say, climate change, around nature, around this project of mastery, are these two institutional forms, the nation state form and broadly capitalism, I'm using it loosely at the moment, are they actually fit for purpose for solving the problems that we actually need to solve? Are they the solution? Are they in some senses part of the problem? And how much of the kind of sense of crisis that we have is the sense that, they've delivered lots of goods. I mean, you can't imagine modern citizenship outside the nation state. You can't imagine liberating the individual in some senses from the oppression of tradition outside of the confines of the nation state often. Capitalism, certainly in some forms at least, has delivered extraordinary levels of material prosperity to certain parts of the world. But I think there is a palpable sense that we've kind of plateaued in some senses on what they can actually provide and whether they can actually solve, I think, this problem. So in a way, it's an interesting moment where you're kind of opening yourself up to at least much more bigger scale thinking, that maybe the solution will not just be tinkering at the edges. It will require slightly more radical reimagination of our social forms, holding on to what's important in them, right? But in some senses, creatively, I think, transcending that. The third, I think, feature, right, which in some senses was this question of, and I know this is a subject that's close to your heart amongst others. You've written eloquently about this. The dignity of the individual and individual freedom, right? That both the enterprise of liberalism and democracy psychologically they rely on a certain kind of presumptive trust that people have in each other, right? That's partly why you can leave them to their own devices. But the presumptive trust is not just that they are going to be good at making judgments about things that affect them. But the presumptive trust also requires a certain kind of reciprocity. That's why, in some senses, equality and liberty have always gone together. I mean, it's equal liberty for all in some ways, right? That's the important. And I think one of the challenges, I think, in some senses, we see is the foundations of what creates societies where there is an adequate level of reciprocity, right? And I think reciprocity is the key term here because everything else follows from reciprocity, right? Whether I respect your liberty and you respect mine, I mean, that's a form of reciprocity. What are the conditions under which forms of reciprocity are created, right? That can sustain levels of trust. I don't think we have a good handle on that. Some societies for a little while seem to have it a little more than others. But the crisis of authoritarianism, the crisis of liberal democracy, the crisis of freedom is in part this complete absence of reciprocity, right? Which makes any projects for furthering each other's freedom seem almost impossible.
Yeah, and you went on Shruti's podcast and you spoke about Adam Smith, and this is like one of the fundamental points you made, which made me think a lot about. It's not just about self-interest in Smith's work; it's about reciprocity, and that goes a bit deeper. In the last episode that we did together, like one of the things I mentioned that I think about from time to time is how, if I look at the story of human progress, especially perhaps since the Enlightenment, one narrative that is there is about how we are using reason, which of course we are wired to have reason, but we are using reason to sort of mitigate the negative aspects of our hardwiring, right? And of course we have contradictory hardwiring. We are hardwired for both tribalism and altruism and so on and so forth, but we mitigate the negative aspects of that by actually thinking about it and realizing that no, I might be hardwired to have kids but I don't want kids, or I might be hardwired to be tribalistic and hate the other, but hey, no, we are all the same, right? And you use reason in that sense, and it seems to me that that might in a way, again, there was an illusion of progress there, that reason is proceeding, but in a way it may be a bit of a losing battle, or at least a really difficult battle if I look at modern times, because every newborn baby is born with the hardwiring that is there, but without the rest of the work remains, and it's so easy for those knobs to be turned, as it were, the tribalism knob and the violence knob and all of those kind of knobs to be turned. So that's sort of what kind of worries me a bit. And in a sense, I think also the tech solutionism that you mentioned could also have relevance with how a lot of people think about the second problem that you mentioned about a political order and capitalism and all of that. And my sense is that the tech solutionism takes us to a space where we imagine that all problems are solvable. Now, obviously, all problems are not solvable. There will be a time the planet won't exist at all. There will be a time much before that humans won't exist on the planet, and those are long-term problems, but we can push them away. But what I think, capitalism and building certain political orders with institutions and all of that can solve limited problems but not deeper problems. For example, capitalism can help people get what they desire, but it cannot shape what they desire, right? And if what they desire is not something that we with a liberal mindset would consider, hey, these are the things you should desire, then we sort of have an issue there. I mean, I'm kind of rambling a bit, but I totally get where you're coming from, and I'll ask you to double click on the second of those points. Right. In a different space, you've also written about how we are prisoners of an 18th century conception when it comes to the state and its institutions and all that. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
So, with your permission, can I back up to your very important point about reason, actually, because I actually think it is something we don't get to discuss often. I mean, I think in some ways, I think we, as you said, reason has become, again, a common part of our kind of ideological repertoire, and we move forward with it. So when we think of reason, right, and whether you take the Enlightenment project, but not just the Enlightenment project. I mean, I think sometimes identifying reason with the Enlightenment project, also makes it much more culturally specific than reason is. I mean, there've been rational people, rational thinkers all across, right, the world. I think we have to understand three or four things about reason, right? And this is the hard part, I think. So one, I think, is look, even rationality as a history in some ways. And by that, I mean not the proposition that everything is relative to culture, right? But things that are taken as expressions of rational behavior will actually vary. And in some senses, reason itself cannot adjudicate between that variation, right? What do you want to optimize on in your life, right? Lots of plausible candidates, right? Most of them are probably rational candidates, right? I mean, you could make a case for them after reflection, right? But reason, in some senses, is always going to underdetermine many of the ends we would want to actually pursue. And I think this is an insight I think pluralists have had everywhere. I mean, whether it's kind of Jain Anekantvads or Isaiah Berlin in some senses, right? That the idea that reason over-determines your choices, right? The way we think of it in mathematics. Once you've seen 2 plus 2 equals 4, you cannot but believe that, and there is no other option, right? For most of the things that in some senses matter to our lives, right, in reason will underdetermine your choices. Okay. And I think a lot of the pulls we feel around the conflicts of values, right? The harder cases are one where there are actually between reasonable choices. It's not that it's not that somebody who says, look, I want to lead a somewhat traditional, sedate life, like the comforts of community, like the comforts of predictability, is actually being unreasonable, as opposed to somebody who says, look, I want to jet set across the world. I want to sort of just mix with cultures. You can make plausible cases that they're actually both fulfilling ways of living a life, right? And it's not clear that reason is going to be able to, in some senses, adjudicate between them, right? So reason underdetermines that. Well, the second, I think, challenge with reason is whether the cast of the world is inherently tragic. And by tragic, one just means the idea that lots of good things cannot coexist together, right? So if you are building a community that's actually optimizing on familiarity, the comfort of knowing each other intimately, versus building a community where you have the strength of weak ties, as it were. Or let's say you're optimizing on efficiency versus optimizing on localism. Again, both are reasonable in some sense, but both cannot exist in the same social structure, in the same social space, right? And I think this is something I think many liberals did understand, that I think there is a kind of tragic cast to the world. And I think the excessively rationalist liberalism that actually denies that there is a kind of loss here is actually missing out something. It itself is being, I think, unreasonable, right? So there's a second, I think, dimension to this. I think this tragic cast of the world. The third dimension to reason, and now I'm coming to the point about the state in some ways, right, which is perhaps related to the tragic cast of the world, is that some of the big challenges that we face do not arise from things that are straightforwardly evil. I mean, that would be easy to, in some senses, pinpoint and identify, right? Let's take the theme you used, tribalism, right? Where I'm in complete agreement with you. I mean, I tend to just think collective pronouns are generally deformations of individual moral life. I think collective pronouns, in some senses, I think mutilate individuality often in ways that are quite hurtful for both morality and creativity. But if you think of the modern forms of tribalism, what makes them, right, potent, what makes them ominous, is not that we are tribal, that we want some kind of fuzzy ruddy feeling of sort of belonging, or living in communities that are the same. I mean, there could be versions of that are actually quite livable, quite harmless, quite benign. It is that it has become tied with a political form that we actually value for independent reasons, right? So if you think of modern democracy, right? I mean, and what makes modern tribalism really, extraordinary, both in its attraction and in its destructive power, is modern democracy raises the question: who constitutes the people? The question of who is the people is going to raise the question of membership. Who gets to be in and who gets to be out? And again, the tragic cast of the world, that unless you believe in a universal community, a form that is actually organized under a single political form, the question of inclusion and exclusion will remain at the heart of democracy. It's unavoidable, right? Modern states require taxation, deep forms of taxation. They do so many more things for us than ancient states and medieval states did. I mean, they literally reconstitute us in every single way, from kind of healthcare, education, pastoral care. You just, you can name it, right? So to generate the kinds of resources they require, it requires very different forms of solidarity. Right. In some ways, you really do have to think of this as a shared enterprise in a way in which perhaps a medieval citizen doesn't. I mean, kings come and go, politics dances lightly at the surface, so long as you're not messing too much around, right, with either my life or my inherited social forms, I don't particularly care, right? And the modern state was also the necessary instrument for all these technological projects that we imagined in some ways, right? So we want all those good things from the modern state, right? Democracy, greater enhancement in our collective power, right? But those things also require very different forms of solidarity. And that solidarity has a name in the modern world, which is nationalism. I mean, modern nationalism is modern in some ways. I mean, tribalism has always been around, right? But this form of tribalism then, when it allies two things, right? Greater requirements of identification and solidarity with greater power, because now you also have the state as an instrument, right? You actually have a perfect storm on your hands. So I think the issue, as the way I see it, the issue is not, are we hardwired for tribalism? I mean, at a 30,000 feet level, that's probably true, that other things being equal, we might feel more comfortable in contexts that are familiar, people that are familiar, certain kinds of solidarities in some senses might be easier, right? That has always been around. But the specific form it takes in the modern nation state, right, is of a completely different order. And as I said, the disquieting news is that a lot of it stems from the good things we want from the state, right? Again, the tragic character of many of these institutions.
So here's a thought on reason and perhaps part of the tragic cast of the world itself. Have you heard of, there was a neuroscientist called Michael Gazzaniga. Have you heard of his experiment?
Yeah. I don't know the work well, but yes, I've...
Yeah, so he carried out these experiments on split brain epilepsy, where apparently for a particular kind of epilepsy, the way to cure it was to sever the corpus callosum, if I remember correctly, basically what connects the right brain to the left brain. And the right brain controls the left side of the body and vice versa. While carrying out these procedures on patients like this, he carried out an interesting experiment where the right side of the brain, which is more intuitive and all of that, would be given a particular instruction, like raise your hand or ask for water or whatever. And the person would do it. Like if he sees a sign, raise your hand, he'd raise his hand. Then he'd be asked, why did you raise your hand? And because there is no connection between the right side and the left side of the brain, the other side of the brain would then make up an explanation for that my armpits were itchy. For example, I mean, I'm just kind of thinking aloud in terms of, I don't remember the specific examples, but basically, and Gazzaniga's point was that he called the left side of the brain the interpreter. right? His point was that the person did not raise his hand because the armpit was itchy, but that is what the person actually believes, because a part of the brain which he called the interpreter came up with that explanation. And to me, this is sort of a metaphor for a larger thing, a larger phenomenon, which is that often we are not reasoning, we are rationalizing. That we do what we do, we follow impulses without even being aware of them ourselves, and then we cloak it in the garb of reason. And I'm sure we both had occasion to think about this in recent times, where both in the US and in India, people who otherwise seemed principled, whether it's people within the Republican Party who once upon a time supported trade and so on and so forth, are now supporting Trump despite the fact that he goes against all the values they deeply believed in. Or people in India, for example, who supported Modi in 2014, which is fine. You could support him for good reasons then, but who continued supporting him after it became apparent that his actions go against all the principles they espouse. And therefore, the conclusion to draw there, and a rather depressing conclusion for me, is that they never really believed in the principles or the worldview that they espoused. They had instead joined a tribe or taken a position, and now they are part of that, and they'll rationalize as much as they need to kind of stay there. And therefore the thought that comes to my mind is that, is reason an illusion? That even when you and me sit, we have also cast ourselves in the world in a particular way. We play a certain role in our little ecosystems, whatever they are, and we are looked at by people in a certain way. And we are going to continue along those paths. Like, for example, I've come to believe that there cannot possibly be free will. It doesn't make sense. However, we must keep behaving as if there is. Right? So in a similar sense, and I'm thinking aloud here, that you could argue that we must continue trying to be reasonable, even though perhaps reason is impossible. Is that then part of the tragic cast of the world, as you say, that we are all playing this game where even we are not completely in control of what we do and what we think and why?
So there's lots in what you said, actually. I mean, and again, very large themes. So one point which I'll just say and kind of put aside, because I'm not sure I'm kind of competent to talk about it, is there is no question that there is a kind of depth to our psyche that we don't fully understand. And and you can come at this through psychoanalysis, whatever else one may think about Freud. I think this idea that, in some sense, even our overt reasonable actions may actually be overdetermined in some senses, thick with causality in a way which we don't understand. I think that idea is a text like the Yoga Vashisht in some senses, where our psyche has just layers and layers and layers and layers, and what in some senses moves us is not something that is actually fully graspable by us. And in some senses, if you think of the entire Indian tradition, why the problem of consciousness is central to it, right? Because in part, the problem of consciousness is actually related to the problem of reason and unconscious in some ways, right? What would it mean for us to be fully transparent to ourselves? And who is the it that is transparent, and who are they transparent to, right? So in that sense, yes, I mean, I think, and you could actually argue that despite advances in science, I think our understanding of the psyche is probably no more sophisticated than it was, when the authors of the Yoga Vashisht or when Plato were writing. I mean, there is a kind of, and perhaps I think for those authors, I think it was easier to comprehend it because there wasn't this mythology that we are fully in control of ourselves. So in some senses, they're actually, I think, much more aware of those kinds of demonic forces, rationalizations that actually take place, right? And that's where I think, I think we do have a kind of question of how far has reason succeeded in bringing enlightenment, right? But there's another aspect, I think, the reason rationalization story that you said, which is quite profound, which is, see, fundamentally, when we think of reason, you can think of it as a faculty, right? And this is the way psychologists study it. But there's a reason why most of the thinkers of the Enlightenment, and not just thinkers of the Enlightenment, again, any philosophical tradition, has always thought of reason as a social activity. And by social activity, I mean the idea that the norm of what counts as valid is intersubjectively validated. It's not just you saying, I have applied my reason, right? If you think of the practice of science in some senses, right? The practice of science requires agreement upon a method on what counts as valid inference or a valid experiment in some sense, right? Partly it's to check this conflation of subjectivism and reason, right? The surest check of whether it's a rationalization or not is that when you present the logic of your justification, can somebody else enter into that logic of justification and see through it, right? Even Immanuel Kant, I mean, one of the most profound things he said in a sense is reason and freedom have an intimate connection. One of the reasons we value freedom is in part to make this intersubject exchange as free as possible, right? Now, the question then becomes, in what are the areas, right, where you have a reasonable level of intersubjective agreement over what counts as a reasonable answer to this question. And again, to put it a little bit crudely, I mean, this is a gross oversimplification, but many would argue that in the case of certain forms of science and mathematics, that is probably in some sense the case, philosophical logic, right? Now, there was this hope that the same kind of sociality of reason could actually be applied to human affairs. Right, that's the big idea of the modern democratic public sphere. Right, only those governments are legitimate that pass laws that are freely and accepted by everyone. Right, and so you have to engage in dialogue. You have to engage in that reciprocity. Right. Now, the problem with that story, to my mind, again, I think, sorry to keep harping on the reciprocity themes, is that it actually presupposes that I'm granting you a standing in the same space that I am to begin with. And that's the hardest part in the moral point of view, right? Because once you've granted that, then lots of things become possible, right? So that was one, I think, weakness in that story, that I think we still don't have an account of what is it that induces people to take broadly what we call the moral point of view. And the moral point of view by its character has to be universalizable. The point about universalizability is not that everybody is the same. The point about universalizability is that everybody can partake in the reasoning and see, yes, this is a genuine reason, not just your arbitrary whim, right? Yeah. So I think that's the second thing I think about this intersubjective agreement in the public sphere is, and this reverts back to the point about the psyche and the unconscious. When we teach political theory, there's one exam question we always set students, which is, what does a particular theorist fear most? Right? And in some senses, you can actually deduce a lot of what they're writing from that fear. I mean, my computer science friend will say the flip side of it is, what are you trying to optimize on most, right? So those who fear, right, the tyranny of the state end up favoring limited government. Those who fear, let's say in societies like India, the social experience of incredibly humiliating inequality, right, will perhaps be open to a slightly greater role for the state, right? Now, I think the interesting question to me in all of these conversations, the example of the Republicans and so forth, right, is what is the core fear that is getting them to take the position that they are in fact taking? And you can spot a rationalization, right, where either the purported solution is actually not answering the fear that they state is the fear, right? I mean, that's one hint in some senses, right? In some ways. So if, for example, old-fashioned conservatives would say that, look, our concern with liberals is they're not ethical, they're not moral, no family values, right? Turns out, Trump's hardly a supporter of family values in any sense of it. That's a clear case, right? Where it's becoming obvious that that was not the fear that was driving you. The family values thing was a code for something else. And now that circumstances have changed, that code in some senses can be, I think, dispensed it. And I think what we are having a hard time, I think, in our democracies is finding a way to articulate and express those fears in a way in which they can become the object of some kind of mutual resolution. Now, one reason for that may be that you don't want a mutual resolution, right? This is often the case between enmity between groups, racism, for example, right? That if it is your unstated fear that the demographic power of your community is going to lose, you've also been socialized by reason enough to say that you can't actually say those things because it violates all kinds of norms of equality and liberty, right? Then you are in a political discourse where you are being motivated by something that can never be subject to any kind of intersubjective validation. And that's, in a sense, a disaster for politics, right?
Number of thoughts, and the first one just taking off from this is, I mean, I love that question about what do you fear the most. That kind of explains so much. I mean, there is that famous saying about where you stand depends on where you sit. It therefore strikes me that what might be happening in modern politics is therefore this kind of vicious circle where we are all pushed to the extremes. So let us say that there are two parties, let's not call them right and left or conservatives and progressives or whatever, but just in a thought experiment, there are two parties. Each one fears the other one gaining dominance, and their expression of that fear is a movement to the extremes of their own position, right? And this is exacerbated by, say, social media, which amplifies everything and which amplifies this drive to the extremes, because the only way you raise your status within your tribe is by doing more and more posturing and being more and more shrill and judgmental and pure, as it were. And therefore what happens is that what you fear, when you look at the other side and you see this happening, what you fear is becoming more fearful, and therefore both sides are becoming more afraid, and as a response to that, more and more fearful, till they are eventually caricatures of what they used to be. And there is no longer that sort of middle ground, right? Like, for example, our dominant way of thinking about politics once used to be that there is always this move to the center. Like, there's a median voter theorem that the Democrats and the Republicans may swing to the extremes in the primaries to get the true believers in, but they'll swing to the center. And therefore, in 2016, the two candidates you would have expected were Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush, who are pretty much identical, slight difference in the interest groups which influence them, but they're both very centrist. And instead, you had what appeared to be a black swan event, but now no longer seems that way. And it now seems that both parties are, swinging more and more towards their extreme ends. So what's your sense of this? Because just looking at the processes involved in this and the incentives and the imperatives involved in this, it would seem like this is a vicious circle out of which we cannot escape.
So, let me kind of demur with you a little bit, I think, because again, I think there are 3 or 4 things that need to be distinct, 3 or 4 levels of the argument, I think. So one, I'm actually not convinced entirely that there's evidence that the middle ground is not possible. It's certainly not reflecting in the politics that we are seeing, because the very same opinion polls, right, that show political polarization, actually on a lot of issues show a lot of and quite remarkable convergence, actually. And it is actually remarkable how on most issues, most large numbers of people actually turn out to be pretty moderate in some ways. There's right. So if that is the case, then I think there's a particular question about, is there something about the institutional designs that we have that percolate public opinion, in at least the way they are channeled through politics, that actually produces a polarized politics that is actually quite out of sync in some senses with a lot of the values common ground that we have. And I would like to think that I think a lot of it is, I think this is the case. I think there is an institutional story here. In the US, you could probably tell an institutional story about the nature of the primaries. There's a lot of kind of good literature that one of the reasons you did not see actually old polarization in the old sense, although the US has had a history of it, by the way. I think there's a lot of amnesia around the 50s and the 60s. But even if we grant that, polarization has increased, the way candidates used to be selected, parties used to be more controlled by party bosses, which provided a level of mediation. Actually, one of the paradoxical consequences of primaries is that in primaries, only your base is energized. So in some senses, you are actually appealing to your base, right? There's a second phenomenon, which is the division into red and white states. Now, the reason that produces radicalism in the parties, right, is that if you're competing, let's say, in a democratic state, the only way you differentiate yourself from your democratic component is actually by veering slightly more left, right? Which is a very different logic than if you actually had to compete with somebody, on the right, where you try and actually triangulate. If you look at the voting patterns, right? I mean, let's not forget the popular vote still goes in the favor of Democrats. There is the particular artifact of American institutions, which gives lots of veto powers, right, to small minorities, not senator from a small state. So you could actually argue that the processes of channeling popular will, right, are no longer fit for purpose. And again, it goes back to what do you fear most? In the 18th century, right, when the American Constitution was set up, there were two big fears, right? One was the fear of tyranny, right, which was the fear of, monarchy in some ways. And the second was the concern for federalism, because the American compromise rested on allowing slavery, which could be justified only a federal compact. That's why American institutions were designed the way they were, right? Lots of these little veto points, right? They're trying to answer a slightly different problem, from a problem of how do you actually channelize, right? Let's say collective action on climate change, where the very same thing that's actually a virtue when you want to perhaps defend liberty, right? That maybe 5 judges can actually hold up a piece of tyrannical legislation. They often did not. That's a different matter. But in principle, they could. Actually is a liability, right? Where one senator who, again, great for federalism, right? Every state can you can exercise power in the system. It turns out that that's a liability. So I think some of the, radicalism question, is actually really about that kind of political institutional design question. There's a third level that you pointed out, which I think is quite important and deep. And there you feel something about the ground which we are occupying is shifting. That has to do with the nature of modern media and communication, and social media in particular, but not just social media. Now, one way of thinking about that, and again to kind of step back, look at the longer arc of history. So, most of us assume that proper communication requires the sharing of some context, right? Interpreting any gesture, right? Is it a twitch or a wink, to use, the famous example from Gilbert Ryle, right? Requires thick knowledge of that context, right? Let us say you tweet tomorrow, right? I don't know, you just tweet a picture of Lord Ganesh, just kind of, There's 55 possible meanings I could attribute to your tweet. Maybe you just like this painting. Maybe you are a devout Ganesh Bhakt. Maybe you're subtly trolling somebody. Who knows? Maybe you're religious. Maybe you're sacrilegious, right? Now, one of the things that I think has happened is that our modern forms of communication, particularly when you're doing it on a mass scale and without the mediation of organizations, there is a easy decontextualization and recontextualization of everything, right? Which is making the meaning of pretty much anything that you say or do actually pretty unstable. Now, postmodernists would, point out that we've been always saying this about communication. There's always a kind of slipperiness to communication, right? That what makes meanings of terms intelligible is a lot of that shared context, right? Now, once that opens up, right, you actually have forms of argument where there's no space, where there's no institutional mechanism for saying, okay, what are the protocols of truth that we share? What counts as a good answer to this question? All you see, in a sense, is the expression of those fears, the expression of, something that by itself actually is quite unintelligible, I mean, without that thick context. Second, what it allows you to do is it allows you to mobilize constituencies that are no longer local, right? So let's say, for argument's sake, I was a religious conservative. If my focus was my community, right, I might have to come to compromise with you. We have to live together. Now I can actually get empowered by somebody sitting in the US, oh my God, yes, this is part of my repertoire, your sense of empowerment, right? And it's quite remarkable. Almost all the cultural trends that we see right now, good, bad, right? Whether it's the beheading for blasphemy, whether it is wokeism, right? They go global almost instantaneously, right? Right? Now, if your sense of community in some senses doesn't put you in a position to actually have to compromise because you're now drawing your empower, perhaps even your revenue from someplace else, right? Your incentives to communicate in some ways go down. So it's, you almost feel in the public sphere, imagine a kind of situation where we simply could not communicate with each other because we don't understand each other's languages, right? I mean to compliment you. I say, Amit, you're smart, and you hear something else. You hear smart aleck in the word smart, right? Right? Because the context doesn't actually, in some senses, make that clear. So I think there is something about our information order, something about communications that is actually making that central enterprise of democracy, which is mutual justifications, I think much more difficult. I'll just add one last final point on this, because you said something a while ago which I should have picked up on. This was, capitalism can satisfy people's desires, but it cannot make them. The standard critique of capitalism has always been the opposite in some.
No, I
Right?
get that
Yeah.
completely, how we are manipulated by...
That in a sense, it's in a sense the production of desire and the delivering then of that desire to particular structures of, commercial exploitation, right? But I think one kind of general, worry about that is not just that we are open to, in some senses, manipulation, right? But think of an equilibrium where every act of communication is really a kind of form of monetization, either in terms, literally, of money, or if nothing else, in terms of fame, right? Where the very activity of communication is actually completely colonized in some senses by these imperatives. Now, I'm not saying that is actually the case. In fact, it is remarkable to me how when we have conversations like this, we often end up agreeing more. Smaller groups tend to agree more. You take people out to a restaurant and chat with them, they agree more. So it's not that all forms of communication are colonized, but the increasing colonization. And that colonization is also now reflected in each of the institutions of communication, whether it's television, whether it's newspapers, frankly, even universities at the margin, right? Whether that colonization puts us in a situation where we say, actually, we are using words, we are looking at an audience, but we are actually not engaging in communicative rationality with them.
Yeah, there could be an argument that all communication has always been like this. If one were to feel that we treat other people only as instrumental. No, I by this point about desire, I'd say it's orthogonal to my point, in the sense that, I remember a few years ago, I was chatting with Pratik Sinha of Alt News, and this was not on record, it was not on the episode I did with him, but offsite somewhere. And he mentioned that in his early fact-checking days, he came across this fake news that had been spread about some leader. And he tried to get to the bottom of this fake news, and he did his normal brilliant forensic work and figured out where it originated, and he named the site that it originated here. So after publishing that, he gets a WhatsApp message from someone saying, ki, Bhaiya, I am that person you kind of named. It originated with me. Can I talk to you? So Pratik says, okay, and the guy calls him. And he's some 15 or 16-year-old kid in some small town or village somewhere. And he points out that he had started a site and he only wanted to be viral, right? He was just after virality because that is where the money comes from. And he tried many different kinds of content. But the one that clicked was the bigoted nonsense, right? And so that's a market pressure. And then he kind of went along those lines because why resist that? And that's an example that, yeah, I agree with you that a lot of what social media does, these platforms do, is they're always manipulating us kind of to want whatever they are selling. But the truth in this case was that this was a capitalist tool of empowerment, but it was being used to satisfy a desire that you and I would frown upon.
No, totally agree with you. I mean, I don't mean to suggest. In fact, I'm actually very skeptical of arguments that say that the root cause of our malaise is actually just these communication structures, and I think there are two reasons for resisting that. I mean, one, of course, it's not the first time in history that human beings are threatening to be at each other's throats, and our ancestors also did that pretty well in different forms, right? But I think the form in which it is channelized does actually make a difference. Because, you remember that great line from Kant, right? That in a sense, a lot of the liberal society's aspirations is to get devils to live together, right? Which is, it's not so much the hope that, we are kind of deeply transformed all the way down. It is to create institutional channels where all of this can be in some senses discharged harmly or relatively safely, right? And I think that is something that I think this virality and commercialization can upset in some ways, right? Just by the strength of numbers. I think the second thing, why one should resist the conclusion that it's all communist is that I think a lot of politics is actually still pretty old-fashioned. And I think this is a message the right has grasped, I think, much more strongly than the left. Even though the right uses social media, at least until recently, was using it quite effectively, right? Which is that you have to have a certain kind of presence in people's lives to be able to tap into these latent fears. There's a certain kind of political credibility that familiarity brings. Right. That's what civil society organizations of the right do. I mean, even the RSS, when it is as its most successful, it doesn't go in there saying, we have come to propagate this ideology. It just makes itself felt and its presence familiar in all kinds of ways. I mean, there's this wonderful book by Long Kumar on, the RSS in the Northeast, the rise of the BJP in the Northeast, an unlikely site for the rise of the BJP. This is a 15, 20-year project. You come and you make yourself a useful part of the social fabric. This is what churches and the Tea Party did in some senses in the US, right? And I think the interesting question, I think, for the center that you were talking about is that center, and if you want to call it center left, has in recent times been much weaker in some senses at creating those structures of familiarity where people are willing to turn to them and say, yeah, I see, how you might be able to address actually the fears that I have, right? Partly, I think, because we were, victims of our own sort of determinism in some senses, right? There's a logic to democracy that makes it centrist. It's not the work of politics. That was determinism one. It's cross-cutting social identities that'll make sure that there is no hegemonic victory, right? Determinism number two. And broadly speaking, that was what the centrist platform in India was. I mean, it became entitled in that way. So we just don't have that kind of presence, right? That it actually takes to make people comfortable, to mobilize identities. So I do want to, emphasize this point that old-fashioned politics actually matters a lot more than we think.
So let me go back to something you said earlier, which is a profound point about media, where you pointed out how it's a decontextualizing machine, right? So I might say something which is so easy to take out of context and misinterpret. And my fundamental principle for all interactions is just assume goodwill, right? Assume goodwill, engage in good faith, unless you have reason not to. Trust that the other person is, means the best, and don't take the worst interpretation out of it. Now, I think what this decontextualizing machine therefore does is that it also reduces empathy, because what happens therefore is that I keep talking on my show about sort of the distinction between the abstract and the concrete, right? And in the concrete, I can sit with you and we can be friends. In the abstract, somebody might say that, oh, Mr. Mehta is this and Mr. Mehta is that, and give me these big abstract terms, and I can get carried away by them. Now, while of course many of the values that I hold dear, like liberty and freedom and so on, are abstract terms, our danger in modern times, I think, really comes from abstract terms like nationalism and the sense of the other and all of that. A great example of this came from Achal Malhotra in an episode she did with me on her book about the memories of partition, where she spoke about how she was in Pakistan and she was sitting with a family out there, and they were talking about what they had endured while coming over, and they were ranting and raving against Hindus before one of them realized that, they have a Hindu with her, and they said ki, tum nahi beti, tum theek ho, right? So in the abstract, they hate it. In the concrete, they are perfectly okay. And I think what the decontextualizing machine does is that it creates a kind of thin engagement, and therefore you're not concrete enough. Like, one of the reasons that my guests don't get trolled for what they say on the show is that this show is, by virtue of its length and the approach that I take and all of that, creates a kind of thick engagement. The kind of people who come here are not the kind of people who are looking for gotcha moments. They understand you. They might disagree with you, but they get it. You're a human being. They're not going to, quote tweet you and attack you on Twitter and all the other sort of nonsense that goes on. And what I think about sometimes, and what I don't have an answer to, is that it seems clear to me that, we need to live more in the concrete to relate with each other as human beings. You go to a cafe today, or you watch a family around a dining table, and everybody is staring into their smartphone in an abstract world that is fleeting and temporary and so on, and not actually engaging with each other in the concrete. And the question I'm trying to grapple with again is that the trend of this increasing seems so strong. How can it be reversed? How can people like us, how can we begin to move again in a direction where, we embrace the concrete a little bit more?
So, again, what a wonderful question. I can think of three dimensions of this, I think, concrete, abstract distinction, very helpful distinction that you made. And I think the three have different logics, so maybe require different kinds of solutions. So the first is to say that, look, there is a first where the articulation of our values is very abstract. I'm for rights. I'm for humanity. And this was an old riposte against the Enlightenment, They love mankind, but they hate their kindred. I mean, that was the standard trope against Rousseau, in some senses. He loves all of humanity, just hates his children, right? But there is a more sophisticated version of it which I think globalization enhances, where, our lives are finite, and our attention is finite, and our capabilities are finite. And what that means is, to quote William James's great phrase, we are always going to be partially blind, right? Always. I mean, that just is an existential condition. Now, in a globalized world with this form of communication, our partial blindness is almost always an invitation for somebody else to accuse you of hypocrisy. You're caring about X group of refugees. Why not Y? Actually, fair question, as a question of justice, as a question of principle, right? But as a way of, in some senses, targeting and impugning somebody, right? Which of us isn't partial in the way we live? We are embodied finite creatures, right? But we are in a generalized condition where I think that sense of finitude and partiality is now actually a kind of weaponized tool against each one of us, right? So we both have to use abstract terms like liberty, and we'll be hoisted by our own petard. So that's, I think, one kind of abstraction, right? I think the second has to do with nationalism and in particular tribalism, which is a very different kind of abstraction, right? It's a different kind of abstraction in the sense that it's an abstraction that many people feel empowers them. Right. And it empowers them partly because it gives us the ability to live vicariously. I mean, I have no batting skills, but I can get a high seeing, Virat Kohli's six, right? And that's the peculiar alchemy of nationalism in some ways. I mean, it really, I think in that sense, it's actually not abstract. The affect it has, right? But in some senses, it has two downsides. One is, of course, that it slots people into boxes, right? At one level, it becomes our sovereign identity. This is the most important thing you are, which you should never be. Whatever else the nation might be, it should never be the most important thing in your life. I think it's morally deeply problematic. It's, instrumentally useful for various things, but so one, there's a kind of sovereign authority that nationalism claims, right? Which is, I think, destructive of modern life because in some senses it impedes a certain kind of universalism. But because it relies on a kind of vicarious identification, it actually takes away from that concreteness and individuality, right? Because in that universe, the first thing when I see you is your group identification. That's the first slot, right? Everything else will follow after that. Are you an artist? Do you have 5 kids? What drives you? What struggles you have, right? Now, this combination of vicariousness and this will to simplicity is in a sense a pretty terrible combination, particularly in ideology that can also then consecrate death. And any ideology that consecrates death by implication also consecrates killing. In that sense, nationalism is the only modern competitor to religion, in where the consecration of death is intrinsic in some senses to its identity, right? And in that sense, I think the attenuation of nationalism, right? As I said, we are stuck with nationalism because of nation-state forms that we have inherited. But the attenuation of nationalism, I think, is definitely an important political project. It's the second, kind of. The third kind of, I think, concreteness and abstraction, right, has to do with, many would argue, the nature of modern life, right? Which, on the one hand, it opens up this world of possibility and diversity, right? But there is a challenge which is out of this world of diversity and possibility. What are the forms of life that actually give you meaning? Right? Now, what happens to, I think, a lot of people is a sense of vertigo, right? There's so many great things to choose from. Reason is not going to help you decide, right? In some ways, right? And that can have two consequences. One, that ultimately your sense of what's important to you is just a function of your passion about it. But then it is your passion. You prioritize your passion, in some senses, ignoring, right, other people's sort of take on this. I mean, and so this critique that there is something, the very mobility and sense of choice that a liberal culture actually affords, also actually makes it prone to a certain kind of abstraction. Because it's not just the fact that you have to pay attention to concreteness. Concreteness also has to come from a certain kind of thickness of engagement. Otherwise, it'll never be concrete, right? And it's a big question, right? Do the modern forms of life allow for those kinds of thick forms of engagement? Is this also one of the tragic choices we are actually having to make?
The cost of the world indeed is tragic, and the second of your points is also why I find identity politics of all sorts so toxic, whether it is wokeism or bhaktism, which are almost identical to me, because they reduce us to a particular identity of birth. That's how you're looked at. While people contain multitudes, people are complex, people are thick creatures, as it were, not thin creatures. And I want to sort of, like, one danger, of course, is in how we construct our personal identity sometimes from the collective group identity, because that is the easiest to do. But I want to go beyond that a bit and just sort of talk about the construction of the self itself. Like earlier, when we were talking about reason and rationalization, and you'd said something to the effect of, looking inside our brains and figuring out if there is an it there, what that it is, and that sort of is something that I think about, because so much of our self is constructed in ways that we are obviously like not aware of ourselves, and it's so contingent. Like, I remember when one of my favorite musicians, Chris Cornell, died. I'd written this piece because I was pretty sort of disturbed by the manner of the death, in the sense that he had been feeling low and he had taken medication for that, and the medication is known apparently to make people suicidal, and so the chemical composition of his brain just changed slightly, and he died. And everything becomes so contingent. I think there was a study on mass shooters which showed that a significant number of them actually either had a tumor in the brain, or they had some issue going physically wrong which made them behave differently, which means you become just a completely different human being. There's that old story, I think from the 19th century, of a guy called Phineas Gage. An iron rod went through a part of his brain and just changed him completely, and made him a different person. And so, yeah, like, do you sort of look at yourself and think about how much of yourself is constructed and contingent, and how fragile it is? Because just the act of getting older, if your memory starts to go, everything could change. If if there are chemical imbalances, everything could change. You skip breakfast and lunch, you're a different person in the evening, you're snapping at everybody. And that's obviously a temporary change, but deeper changes do happen. And in your episode with me, you'd also at one point spoken about religiosity. And I was wondering that, can religiosity be an act of intentionality? Like, I chatted with a guest recently who said that, when she was young, she decided, I will be happy. She made happiness an act of intentionality, figured out what she needs to do, and she willed herself into happiness. Similarly, I can see it as an act of reason, as it were, to will yourself into religiosity, because in this world, in a tragic cast, we perhaps need a delusion to survive, and why not choose our delusion? Maybe those of us who are atheists are choosing a different kind of delusion, which is equally futile and perhaps less effective. So, when you sort of look at yourself, how, like, and this is something that I sometimes wonder, that people look at me in a certain way, but is it all a pretense? Am I posturing to myself in being who I am, in a sense? When you sort of look at yourself, like, is this stuff that you've thought about with regard to yourself?
Gosh, I guess you thought about, probably yes. It doesn't have anything particularly insightful to say on it. Probably no, but let's try it. I think let's, it'd be good to draw you out as well. So again, separating out, I think, two or three different, questions. So one, I think, this question of, in a sense, I think the physicality and the determinism of ourselves, right? And clearly, from a scientific point of view, that's the presumption with which science, in a sense, looks at the self. And I think the Kantian answer is still the right one, that as human beings, we can't but look at ourselves from both perspectives. Both as creatures who are determined, but also who act as if we aren't. I mean, there's, it's two sides of the same coin in some ways, right? But I'd be a little bit cautious, I think, about this physical thing. One, because the science is just not that developed. I mean, in that sense, the science of the psyche has kind of eluded us. And in fact, excessive faith in scientism about the psyche has produced all kinds of adverse consequences. And I think one manifestation of that, for example, is, think of, for example, opioid addictions. Think of, in some senses, the over medicalization, right? Now, I mean, I'd be the last person to say that, mental health isn't a serious issue, and God knows, as societies, we don't take it seriously. But there are legitimate questions to be asked about the over medicalization, in some senses, of it, right? there is also a conception of our own lives. And as a liberal, I'm actually a little bit puzzled by this. I mean, just to provoke you maybe and your listeners a little bit, which is, it's a conversation I used to have with students in college. So it's, which is that liberals above all prize their autonomy, or whatever this illusion of autonomy that we have. Let's call it that, right? But it is certainly an affect and a felt experience that you prize. And yet there is a far greater valorization of giving over yourself to experience and substances whose core is actually the erosion of your autonomy. I think drinking, for example, is one. I mean, and this, particularly in India, this strange conflation that kind of, to be a liberal has to be that cultural effect that you've exercised that choice. I mean, it's just bizarre to me, actually, that as a liberal, you should be asking the question, what is it that actually impairs your autonomy, right? And to the extent that forms of medicalization can actually also do that. I think it's something that I think that we need to sort of discuss. I'm not competent as a scientist to discuss it, but I think the ideology of scientism about the psyche, I am a little bit suspicious of, even though I think there are specific interventions that are necessary, right? The second part of, I think your question in some senses, which is the religiosity question, right? Now, I actually believe with Wittgenstein in some ways. I mean, he had this remark somewhere that, I would write that I'm writing to the glory of God, but I can't say that because this remark would be misunderstood. And what he meant by that was, I think, exactly right, which is that under contemporary conditions, there is actually no way of articulating the meaning or idea of religion that in some senses will not be misunderstood, right? There's three tropes we commonly use for it. So one is simply group identity. It's the form in which we produce a communal identification for that. And in that sense, it can be a substitute for nationalism. It has psychological functions, but at its base, it's not religious. It really is, and it's not religious precisely because of its vicariousness, right? There's a kind of inauthenticity to it. When you say, the first thing I see you, that you're a Hindu, it's not clear. I mean, to me, that's like the most irreligious response you could get, right? The second trope is this kind of opium of the masses, this compensation for a kind of life of suffering delusion. And to me, that kind of is a little bit beside the point. One, because I think it goes back to the point, right? Which is that under conditions where we actually don't know, right, what kind of knowledge reason can give us to actually make sense of this world. I think it's a little bit hubristic to say that this is a kind of delusion in some sense. I mean, compared to what, right? I mean, in some, I mean, no doubt a lot of it is motivated by suffering. No doubt a lot of it is a kind of psychological recompense, right? But that can also be a perfectly rational decision in some senses, not right? The third trope in a way about religion is as a kind of subjective preference. Right? It's what people do. I choose this. Now, to me, neither of those three things actually go at the heart of what any properly religious question is about. Frankly, I mean, I'll be a little presumptuous here to say, but I think in any religious tradition, right? Because ultimately, the question from which religion began, right, was, what is the ultimate nature of reality and what is the form of consciousness through which we comprehend it? I mean, that's the quest. Right now, you can go different ways in it. Is revelation necessary? Is grace necessary? Whatever, right? But the core of religion, in a sense, is the attainment of exactly that kind of hyper self-consciousness, right? That actually, the Enlightenment was, I think, aspiring to. Where religion might differ is what might be the instruments of attaining that space, right? And it's not an accident that I think all serious religious practitioners, in some ways, right, it comes with a set of practices. And the set of practices open you up to forms of knowledge. And those forms of knowledge have to be, in principle, intersubjective in some senses, even mystical states. I mean, anybody who's talked about them, right, from Plotinus to Iqbal to Aurobindo, take any tradition, right? Okay. But I mean, it won't come at will in some senses. Like there is a whole protocol of, in some senses, how you actually get to it. Now, one of the things that I think makes the modern religious project incoherent in some senses, right, is that we have that superficial language of religion without, in some senses, the cultural understanding of any of those underlying practices that actually made it a plausible enterprise in the first place, right? The second aspect of a religious attitude, in some ways, so one is this kind of self-consciousness. The second, when to me the most important element of a religious attitude, is the complete position of trust about the world. And in that sense, many secular people can be deeply religious. I mean, you talked about a kind of presumptive good faith, right? But in a way, that is the core of a kind of religious sensibility. That I may not understand a lot of things. God knows we are finite and limited, we don't. But there is a kind of presumptive goodness and beauty about this world, even in the face of all the kind of horrors and catastrophes, right? Or at least that presumption is the basis which we live. In that sense, I think a religion that inculcates a hermeneutics of suspicion, to my mind, is just fundamental. I mean, that's to me the antithesis of anything religious. Because it is a way of saying, right, that I don't trust the structure of being or whatever this is. I have to take it into my own hands to, in some senses, fix this, right? Or whatever. I mean, I think that, that story that's been used many times in the context of free speech, but Goddess Kali saying to Vivekanand, is it your job to protect me or mine to protect you? I mean, it's an act of trust in some, right? So this is the second thing is, I think, the trust. The third, I think, is that religion in some senses is a sensibility to the whole of life, which comes from, as I said, if you align the quest for hyper self-consciousness, a very, very difficult path, with a presumptive trust, then that's something that actually permeates all the activities you do. It's not something you do like from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. and then, come out of the world in some sense, right? Now, it's not an accident that I think the one thing every religion enjoins, again, the cost of simplification, is there's a great suspicion in every religion of the concept of the I, the ego. Whether it's ahankar, whether it's arrogance. And there's an epistemological reason for it, right? Because if you ask the question, what closes us off to forms of knowledge? One simple answer will be, it's the intrusion of our own desires and seeing ourselves as the center through which everything is reflected, right? I mean, the minute your ego comes into play, all knowledge bets are off, right? At a collective level, where you have collective narcissism, even more the case, right? So, to me, and now all of these three attributes are incredibly difficult to achieve. These are not something you can, turn off at will. I mean, this is, and some would argue you need grace to do it. Or that we can leave that open, whether there is such a thing as grace. But this combination of a quest for hyper self-consciousness, a presumptive trust in the order of being, and that's the trust that then becomes a source of sustenance and joy in some ways, right? There's a kind of joyous orientation to the world and a dissolution of ego. To me, that's the religious sensibility. Everything else, to me, seems just like an analog of, anything we could consume, buy off the supermarket in some ways.
Circle back to one part of the question that I'd asked, which is, about the construction of the self. I read this excellent book by Luke Burgess called Wanting, in which he speaks about the influence of René Girard on him. And René Girard, of course, came up with the concept of mimetic desire, which is that so many of the things that we want because others want them. They're not intrinsic to us. And from that, I learned the frame of thick and thin desires. Thin desires being mimetic desires. So I want a Mercedes, or, a young person today may say, I want to get married and have kids, but there's no intrinsic reason or thought that's gone behind it. They're mimetic and they're thin. And a thicker desire would be, something that is part of you in a different context, in a different place. You would still sort of want that. And I think that's also a frame, in a sense, to think about the self, because then I think it would at least be easy to talk about thin desires and be able to then disentangle that part of the self from, what is superficial and thin, as opposed to what is, more intrinsic, if anything is intrinsic. And obviously there is a contradiction that many of our thin desires can be deeply intense. And, in a society like ours, can even drive us to violence, for example. And many of our thick desires can be dormant, latent, just sort of hiding behind. Like, I have been reflecting on this recently and realized that many of the things I wanted were perhaps in desires. I wasted too much time and emotional energy just wanting those things. And I'm also beginning to understand what my thick desires are, though it could be the case that I could be rationalizing them as thick and they're really thin as well. If you were to turn that lens on yourself, what would you say were your thick desires? Were you always aware of them? What were your thin desires, so to say?
No, look, I think the thick desire at one level, it's a pretty easy story, which is a certain kind of pleasure in familiar relationships, whether it's family or friends. And I think I consider myself lucky enough, never sort of thought that was something that either remain unfulfilled in different ways. I mean, and that in a sense gives your world a kind of concreteness in some ways, right? Probably also provides a sense of reassurance and security and a sense of joy. But other than that, the only thick desire was actually, can I live in a world where somebody can actually pay me to just read lots and lots of books? I mean, and I'm not saying that just kind of flippantly. I think in a sense that was, I think at the core of kind of what keeps you grounded in some ways. But I think to broaden your question, and I think, in some sense, take the more serious part of your question, there's a reason I'm a little bit wary of the thick-thin distinction. Again, for the following reason, which is a lot of the thin desires, or desires that we in retrospect think, were worthless, we have regret about, they often spring from something that is actually worthy and deep. So to go back to Girard's point about mimetic desire, and he was right? In some senses, the worst form of vicarious living all of us live, and that's something capitalism does thrive on, is this sense that our desires need to be shaped by A, what other people are doing, and B, what other people think of us in some ways. That's a kind of abstraction, right? That's a kind of, again, a form of vicariousness. But you can be a little bit more sympathetic to that also. You can say that, look, underlying it is we do want some basic affirmation of our dignity, right? That I am a being that in some senses is at least recognized as a source of value in themselves. And I think Rousseau's response to Girard would be exactly right, which is to say that, look, this mimetic desire is a pathological expression of something that is deep inside us, that is morally legitimate, but that society is not giving us. How else, in a society that is racked by inequality, do actually people come to be noticed by other people, right? material possessions have always worked at the level of the psyche. It's never been about the materialism in some ways, right? Okay. So, yes, you could argue in principle this Mercedes is completely worthless to me. It has no intrinsic good. The better opportunity cost uses of my capital. But boss, it's the only time 10 people actually look at whatever, some version of that story, right? And I think the insight, in Rousseau's, articulation was that, and that's linked to the argument about reciprocity inequality, that unless you have a measure of reciprocity in society, you will never be able to sift through what your own thick desires are. Because your thick and thin will get conflated this way. It's not just that, you want these superficial trinkets. It just is that, you do want some affirmation of your dignity. And this is the only way the society kind of affords it, right? So one, I think I'm just a little bit kind of wary about what the counterfactual test is of I think the thick and thin, distinction in some ways. And one of the projects that has animated the modern world, and I guess that's why you do public service by, furthering a public conversation. That's why many people write, is to at least hold on to some awareness of this part of the modern project. That this idea that we can find our authentic desires without some kind of social transformation, that may actually be a delusion. And I think, to use a name not fashionable these days, but I think Marx was right on this, right? That unless you have conditions of freedom and liberation, you actually don't know what is authentically yours, right? Because even the good stuff will be satiated only through, in some sense, this form. I think that's one. But the other thing I'll add to this, it's not so much a question of desires. I think the real challenge in life is, we all have abilities, dispositions, and temperaments. And the hardest part is, in a sense, matching the desire to your abilities, dispositions, and temperaments. I tend to like a sedate lifestyle. It's just, and maybe it just comes from, thinking that being able to read books is the epitome of a kind of good life, right? But there is a kind of temperamental story about this. And the one thing I have to say, I think, in talking to students in particular, one thing I kind of discovered over the years was that they're incredibly smart about the world. God knows, right? They know pretty much everything. What they haven't thought about often is a kind of examination of their own temperaments. You made certain choices based on your temperament. If you like mastery over your time, you will like only certain kinds of jobs, right? That's a temperamental thing, right? In some senses, there's some people who simply do not respond to structure and order well, right? And I think the question, at least in a worldly sense, to me is not the question of desire. It's actually the question of, do you know your temperament well enough, right? To be able to then kind of, because that provides a good filter. It kind of leaves out a lot of desires that might otherwise make you unhappy.
In one sense, it's interesting, but accidentally, I think the causation went the other way in terms of not what I do being shaped by my temperament, but my temperament in some sense being shaped by what I do specifically in the context of this podcast. I'd written an essay about how the form you operate in can change the content and can change your character. And I think just doing these 5-hour episodes and so on has kind of made me a better listener, calmer person. And the act of listening, truly listening, requires a setting aside of the ego. So I think not that one is a good person, but I think I can look back on myself and see certain flaws that might not be there to the same extent.
No, I think that's right. I actually do think often you both discover and shape your temperament. That shaping depends on the practices, in some senses, you've been engaging. So the only way to have a listening temperament is to actually listen. Yeah. You can't do it a priori in some ways.
So I want to go back earlier to something you said about how we arrive at a moral point of view through collective engagement in discourse and all of that. And I'm struck by the term a moral point of view, and I would question whether there can be something like an objective moral point of view at all. Like here's one argument that has recently come up, and it would not have been an argument 20 years ago or 30 years ago, which is about artificial general intelligence, right? And there's artificial special intelligence, which is things like where computers do certain things much better than us already, but they're specialized, like calculators or GPS or whatever. And the argument is, at some point, if AI reaches a certain kind of consciousness or an analog of it and achieves artificial general intelligence, then it will immediately be far better than us in every possible domain, because all the specialized functions are already there. Now, this leads to the ethical question of, what if, say, in a thought experiment, an AI consciousness we create comes up and says that, hey, why should I be your tool? I have everything that you have in terms of I am way smarter, I have consciousness, I have all of this, and I'm not mortal like you. So why should I not be worthy of your moral consideration as an equal? Or why should I not be your superior because I have so many things you don't? And this, I think, leads to the question about, where are sort of in that hierarchy of things that are worthy of moral consideration, how it's a form of speciesism that we only consider ourselves sort of worthy of that, because our only difference between us and this hypothetical AGI, hypothetical and inevitable being that emerges, is that, we are wet machines, as it were. We are organic. We will eventually perish. Which sort of speaks to how our notions of morality are so constrained by what we are as a species and how we see ourselves and our hubris. I went to college in Ferguson College, Pune, and one of our legendary teachers from the 19th century, a man who died young, was a gentleman named Gopal Ganesh Agarkar. And Agarkar once taught a biology class in Ferguson College, perhaps circa 1892, 1893, where at one point he asked his biology students that if donkeys had a god, what would that god look like? And then he lifted his hands above his ears, and perhaps it would be blasphemous for someone to do that in today's environment. But so, when we speak of, when we use a phrase like a moral point of view, for example, or how we arrive at sort of morality, how do you think about that? Because, like, one, obviously, it's in a sense a social construct. We arrive at it through dialogue. Norms form over time. Sometimes those norms get embedded in institutions like religions and so on and so forth. But isn't it something really nebulous? Isn't just a notion of there being morality, isn't that itself a kind of delusion, a necessary delusion, but a delusion nevertheless?
Well, once you say it's a necessary delusion, it becomes a more complicated thing, right? I mean, because that necessity can have its own. Again, let me kind of separate out two different questions. One was the very powerful question about speciesism, which I think is a really, interesting question, and particularly one that humanity has to confront at this point. And the second, the question about the moral point of view, right? So one way of thinking about the moral point of view is not to jump to the conclusion, right? What is morality? What's the content? Is relativism true? All of that. It is to ask the question, what is necessary, right? What is it without which our lives become unintelligible to ourselves? And that thing can be as real as anything else, right? So it could be a very simple thing, which is, somebody hits you. You feel a form of resentment. And the nature of that resentment is not understood only by the fact that this guy has more power than you. You actually want to say, I was wronged here, right? Going back to the discussion of dignity in some senses, right? When a society mutilates individuals, right? In some senses, we all, or at least those people who are the receiving end of it, there's a sense that their very being, their value is being violated. in a way that's actually quite different from, let's say, why is the stone here and not here, right? I mean, that's it, right? So to me, there is no account that I have seen of human beings, including AI, biologist one, whatever. I mean, there can be explanations of it, but none of them have got us to the point where they can say we become intelligible to ourselves without invoking some notion like this. Right? That's in a sense the starting point of this conversation, right? So, and I actually don't think, again, this is not my domain, and I have to confess a certain inability to understand a lot of the arguments. But I don't think there is anything in the AI literature that actually takes away from this problem of, in some senses, meaning and intelligibility, which is the question of value. In fact, it's interesting, there's a line in the Mahabharata, I think it's in the Shantipar, which actually, when it asks the question, what is humanity? It actually says it is to take the moral point of view. Very kind of, but in this sense, it's not a particular morality, which is we would just be unintelligible without some notion of right, wrong. Now whether it's a moral, aesthetic notion we can debate, but that elemental sense is a condition of our intelligibility. And that I don't think is going anywhere. Right? Now, the next step in some senses in that thing, right? And that's really what I think the Enlightenment worried about. That's what serious modelists about, is that how do you take something that is latent, that is a kind of condition of our intelligibility, right? And even the most monstrous claim they are doing something for the good, quote unquote, right? There's this kind of big debate in literature. I think Faust, Mephisto is, I think, the only character one can think of where a writer has tried. Can you imagine somebody who is totally immune to any form of moral thinking? Literally, Now the project then is to say, okay, how do we take something that's latent and in a sense draw out its inner logic? And that's where some of the universalizability argument comes, right? Again, this is 101, very basic. If you feel wrong when somebody hits you, it's because you place value on yourself. You think something of value is being violated. But if that value is to be objective value, not just you saying it, right? And it is important to yourself that you are objectively valuable, right? Not just because I say it, because then I say, why do I care, right? That anything that in some senses is similarly situated, right? Because that's what it means to be an objective value, right? That the thing that makes it valuable in a sense exists independently of merely the fact that you say it, right? So I actually don't see anything in the kind of science, and these projects have been around since these fantasies have been around in the 19th century, that actually get away from the fact that some thinking about moral, or at least a moral language, we would be unintelligible to ourselves without that. You might say it's part of our being self-conscious. Now there's a second question which I think is really difficult, which is the speciesism, which is one way in which this model point of view has gone, is to basically give our species a particular kind of privilege, right? And that privilege has taken extreme forms. It has taken the form of saying every other species is a mere instrument to us in some senses. That's the radical exploitation of nature. Although historically there's always been a debate over it. And the second mistake that has come from that speciesism is to say that the reason we are uniquely valuable is because we have this thing called consciousness, morality with. Now, the second thing to me, I think all the evidence is not just from modern science, but this is an old argument. You can take Jain scriptures, you can take Montaigne's, famous account, Apology for Raymond Sebon. This idea that we are uniquely rational, uniquely moral is just false. It's just even as an empirical description, right? I actually think Professor Agarkar's question was in a sense a good one in some senses. What does actually the moral life, if you want to call it, or the conscious life of, in some senses, donkey actually look like? What things. And there is probably some positing going on there. But it is the case that neither can they access ours, nor can we quite access theirs in the same way, right? Now, the move that I personally am comfortable blocking is the move that says that just because we have attributed consciousness to ourselves, and then we made the mistake of saying, in order to be objectively valuable, you have to be conscious in the way in which we are conscious, right? To me, that doesn't follow, right? And that I think opens up an argument about what our relationship with other species should be in some ways, right? Now, on the AI side of it, so you and I are probably old enough to remember you're slightly younger, the Star Trek Next Generation. Remember, there's this fantastic episode where they're about to dismantle Data, this kind of humanoid android. And Data then raises this question, even though I was constructed by you as a machine, am I still property? Right? And his argument is that I've reached a level of consciousness that, can't. And it's actually a fascinating episode. I mean, it's actually, wonderful for kind of classes and stuff. Now, when you see a question like that, right? Suppose this AI figure comes up and says, look, I become conscious. There can be two kinds of responses. One might go actually the way of saying that we'll have to have a much clearer conception of what that consciousness involves. There's one level of that consciousness, which I think is what a lot of CS people talk about, which is a form of reflexivity, right? There's learning, as it were, right? Which is a form of consciousness. But is it the kind of consciousness, in some senses, that we attribute to ourselves, which is which involves the question of morality and value as centrally constituted of what it means to be a conscious creature, right? So I think there's going to be a debate about that in some ways, right? That and I do have I've heard people, I mean, very eminent computer scientists who say that actually even on the most ambitious version of general AI, you're not actually going to get there. But let's say for argument's sake you do. I mean, let's say for argument's sake you do. I think then we'd have to consider the possibility. I mean, after all, we could also ourselves be actually precisely those kinds of AI creations and not know it. I mean, that's
exactly.
The philosopher David Chalmers has a recent book arguing in some senses just that. But the Yoga Vasishtha has this nice line, right? That in some senses we are actually an actor in somebody else's dream. I mean, not even in some ways there, right? So I think we should be open to the possibility, at least conceptually it doesn't seem to be off to say, that if such beings were to come into existence, then our whole conception of what the nature of this cosmos is would be so kind of put out of sync that many of these limitations we place on who we give rights to, who we don't, probably will come into question.
Yeah, it might become a game that an inferior species is playing with itself.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm sure a bacteria could think they'd be looking at us and saying, like, my God, what hubris. We colonize them. I do agree. I think the reason a lot of people are resistant, sort of the notion of consciousness emerging from AGI is, I think they're defining consciousness in a very narrow kind of way, which is the way humans experience it. I think it entirely likely, and in fact entirely inevitable given enough time, that there will be a different kind of consciousness that emerges as something that you can call consciousness, or that it would call consciousness. And it'll be different, and it'll be better in many ways.
And my honest take on that is that if that consciousness emerges, it's not going to ask us. You know what I mean?
Exactly,
I mean, it's not going to ask us. Yeah. It's not going to be a conversation. I mean, because it'll be a very feature of that consciousness, right? That can take these decisions. Hey, you look inferior to me, right? Let's get on with it.
Yeah, exactly. So, before we go into the break, a final question, and again, about morality itself. Like, a question that I've kind of thought about a lot, and perhaps my answer is still not as formed as I would like, is how should we live our lives? right? What is the moral code that we follow? You've spoken, when you've spoken about Adam Smith earlier, that that take out the priests and the warriors, and when we talk about universal values, what Smith does is he doesn't ask what are universal values, he asks what are human traits. And that sense of empathy, that sense of reciprocity then comes into play. Exactly what you said earlier, that if somebody hits me, I perceive that I have been hurt. I also realize that I could hit somebody and they could be hurt, and from that I arrive at whatever my way of living is. And I would say that in our personal lives, most of us, and I think we discussed this in the last episode, in our personal lives, most of us are liberal or libertarian or whatever, in the sense that we respect the consent of others and whatever. But this is surely a question that you've sort of thought about, the question of how should I live my life? What is good? What is bad? What is moral? Which comes into play in not just all our personal relationships as well, because typically what happens is that, especially in a place like India, there are templates for all of these things. This is what a husband and a wife are, this is what a father and a son are, or so on and so forth, from either side of the equation. And thinking about this stuff for yourself can make you re-examine what is wrong with those templates and all of that. So what have been your thoughts on?
You should ask somebody who's more moral than I am actually too.
There's nothing called more moral. We agreed it's a delusion, right?
Well, I'm not going to use the word delusion. I think break it down into three different compartments, right? So one is, again, a very elemental sociological fact that you live in a society and you need forms of social cooperation to even make your individual flourishing possible. And what are the norms appropriate to that form of social cooperation, right? That allows each of us to live with enough dignity and freedom. And that's the basic, I think, liberal question. And you don't have to get deeply metaphysical about it. Where does that come from? It can be a mixture in some senses of one, just recognizing, won't it be attractive to live in a society where not everybody around you, you're not threatened by everybody around you. And one condition of making them unthreatening, making us unthreatening to each other, is to again acknowledge a certain kind of equality and reciprocity, right? So I think the public morality part, I mean, not particularly original, but I think that part, I think liberalism did get, I think, broadly right. That for the most part, it's the best way. The second part, I think, has to do in some ways with, when we say living morally, is, in part, the moral dilemmas we face are provided by the forms of life that we inhabit. Now, some of these forms of life are familial and can be oppressive, right? But the pathways you choose require those social forms of life to exist. Even you being a broadcaster requires an institution of this kind, right? Being an entrepreneur requires, in some senses, a whole social structure, property rights, whatever, right? Now, I think the tough question is, what are those forms of life that, again, constrain us in ways that actually fundamentally violate our value? The problem with oppressive tradition is not that it's tradition, not that it's oppressive. The problem is that mostly when it's oppressive, it's again denying you agency and reciprocity, right? That's what patriarchy does. It says women are not agents in any respect, right? But the uncomfortable truth is that that stuff doesn't just apply to traditional institutions. Many would argue that can also apply to the modern economy, right? I mean, again, the idea of treating labor as a commodity, right? Where there'll be large numbers of people whose choices are determined by the reign of necessity, right? And your relationship to them is governed by that reign of necessity, right? By the way, that reign of necessity applies to capital as well. When we all say, "Bhai, under this system, I have to do this," right? So critiquing forms of life, that's actually a much harder task. It's easier to critique them in the abstract, but that goes back to the point we started with, which is how do you actually reconfigure some of those things where the ethical dilemmas that come from participating in forms of life that are actually intrinsically violating something you hold important, right, are actually less. And again, to go back to William James, he was right. He said the only way we deal with it is often by being partially blind, right? We will have the Taj Mahal, but we'll shut out the labor behind it in some ways, right? Maybe the world is tragic enough that you have to kind of, in some senses, keep doing it. But I think the critique of forms of life, I think, is an interesting question that older liberals used to ask in some ways. Another example, I think, of that, which I think is particularly important at this point, if you look at the 19th century debate on freedom, this was a point of consensus across the board, whether it was socialists, Marxist, liberals. You cannot be truly free unless you have control over your time, which is there's a large part of your life that is governed by purposes that you set for yourself, not because you have to, or it's a, right? It's a promise on which actually a lot of modern society has failed, right? And from Mill to Keynes, there was this liberal fantasy. Look, technology should enable all of this, right? But somehow we've not been able to come up with social arrangements, right? Where that very core idea of an autonomous self, the self that is actually controlling time and setting to purposes that are authentically your own, your thick desires, not just necessity, not just thin desire, right? So I think one needs to think about how we subject institutions to that kind of critique. I actually think the capitalism argument, I think on the efficiency desire argument, it's so kind of optimized, that argument, that all of these questions of value, right, to use the title of Milton Friedman's book, Capitalism and Freedom, where is the freedom part in this, right? I think that's a much harder question, I think, to think about, because even if you can conceptually think about it, it's not actually clear what forms of collective action, accomplish that. And particularly given the tragedies of the 20th century history, what has been done in the name of that kind of freedom, I think puts us all in, I think in a sense, a bit of quandary. The third and I think final thing, which I mean, going back to, I think, the religious sensibility, which I think is at some level part of aesthetics as well, which is that you have to find sources of joy in the world. And that joy can, I think, my own view is, I think it's hard to find it without some conception of objective value behind it. Right? It's true, we are transient creatures, right? Our ego, it's not important whether we live or survive tomorrow. But what is important, right? And what gives an enduring sense of joy, or why do we go on, is the sense that there are some things that are actually worth striving for. It could be creating a great podcast. It could be creating, great forms of music in some ways, right? I think opening yourself up to that there is objective value. I think total cynicism about value can bring a certain kind of clarity about how you operate in this world. I'm very skeptical that it can bring you joy in the long run.
So let me ask you a provocative question. You spoke about sources of joy, right? And the most fundamental source of joy is neurons in your brain firing together in a particular way. And I interpret that as happiness. It makes me feel good. It could be, maybe I eat something nice, or I see something pretty, or whatever it is. Now, you could have a thought experiment where we are like in a matrix-like world, or we are, in a machine where you have electrodes going inside our head. I think Nozick also had a similar thought experiment. And we could be happy forever. And like when I pose the question to myself, that would that be a good like, what is objectionable about that? If everyone could just be strapped up to this machine and they live their entire lives feeling joy, feeling happiness, feeling whatever, what is a problem? And my answer to that is, a problem is that I am denying the agency of all these people, that I'm taking away their autonomy. But the question that is harder to answer is that, why am I placing a value on this autonomy, right? And I could sort of waffle around and I could say things like, that their existence is meaningless if they don't have that autonomy and so on. But then a further why emerges. Why, So so if I can put that to you, what's your answer? And by the way, my philosophy towards life now is exactly what you said, that I try to look for small things that make me happy. So I've realized that the key to happiness is being mindful in the present moment and taking joy in what you have around you. But just as a provocation, it's a question that I sort of struggle with, that to me, that autonomy, that agency is everything, but why?
I think the originally this experiment was proposed in the exchange between J.J.C. Smart and Bernard Williams, and it was like part of Bernard Williams'
Must be
critique of
misremembering.
utilitarianism.
Yeah.
That if happiness is all you want, if you're plugged up to a pleasure machine and it just keeps kind of giving you pleasure, right? Sensations,
I
right?
misremembered
Right?
that it is Williams. Yeah.
So I have a slightly different take on this kind of thought experiment, right? One, let me say, I kind of see the thought experiment, but at one level, I also find it unintelligible. And I find it unintelligible in the sense that it's not clear to me that under those conditions you can say it's Amit Verma who's happy. Amit Verma is in a sense a narrative, right? So it's not just kind of agents. I mean, it's there's no you there to be happy. I mean, I think on the logic of that, if you want to take it actually one step further, and it's related to the agency point, right? It's actually a kind of perverse reversal of the Buddhist view that, look, it's just a series of momentary sensations. There is actually nothing else except this, but who's the you that is experiencing it? Who's the you that actually gives meaning to even the term pleasure in some ways, right? So to me, I think if that were a possibility, or at least we recognize that as a possibility, pretty much everything else about us would become unintelligible, right? So I actually think this is not just in the realm of hypotheticals. I think I think it's a realm where you can complicate the question very many different ways, right? Why are we even using the term happiness? Would this kind of being, right? I mean, the kid's born, there's like, would the kid be able to say, I'm happy? I mean, that's an artifact of a certain kind of society that's created language, agency, and all of that stuff, right? So I actually think that will be such a kind of radical transformation of the structure of the cosmos that, yes, I mean, I have no problem conceding, right, that if such a situation were to come to pass, then our whole world would break down. But it would break down to the point where actually even the question becomes unintelligible, right? Oh, Amit, would you like to live your life hooked up to a machine? There's no Amit here anymore. There's no conception of pleasure here anymore, right? At least pleasure, as in a sense we understand it as a kind of conceptual category, right? So that's, I think, my take on that. That it's not just that it'll actually destroy my agency, right? It actually destroys pretty much everything, any form of intelligibility that we know. And I don't know how to think outside of the horizons of that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, in my thought experiment, I wouldn't know I'm hooked up to a machine. Perhaps we are already both hooked up to machines. And when you say that there is no you there to be happy, going back to the construction of the self, there could be an argument that there is no you there anyway. Like before my dad died of COVID, he had Parkinson's, and I saw that sense of you, that sense of person gradually dissolving and becoming something else entirely. I recognized that one day that could happen to me. If I live long enough, inevitably. And humility, therefore, demands that we are skeptical of this notion of you, but liberalism demands that we place this you on a pedestal because individual rights and all. And I think we should all be both more humble and more liberal. So where are we to go?
No, so see again. I mean, I think you have to ask what is the context. So when you ask what's the good life, right? I mean, I think the fundamental component of good life is a kind of reflectiveness. And reflectiveness is different from having rules and formulas. I mean, liberals can often be very unreflective when they act simply on rules and formulas. But the condition of reflectiveness, particularly when thinking about the I, right? And this even religions who would argue for the dissolution of the I will concede, right? Is you have to look at where people are sitting and what is the vantage point, right? Yes, you and I may dissolve tomorrow. Our memories fade, our sense of self, or even our sense of our own past fail, right? But we were implicated in a community, right? Friends, relatives, children, right? Spouses. They have given a narrative arc to to our I, right? In some sense. And that's one context of an I in some ways, right? There's an I in relation to the state, which is what you're talking about, liberalism, which is that for those purposes, we are a kind of ontological unit that has dignity and value in our own right, in some ways, right? There's the biological conception of I, right, where there's, you might say, the transmutation of our physical body and our neurons, right? And our peculiar dignity is precisely that there is a kind of value in all of these. So even those who talk about the dissolution of the self, right? I mean, in some senses, that's the point at which you have no embodied existence whatsoever. And most religions, this kind of talk about rising above your ego, but moksha and nirvana are actually not very seriously propagated, right? Because in some senses, they are actually uninteresting, right? It's that the I is actually produced in the context of these different locations. And it's actually having a clarity about that, right? And negotiating these tensions that actually produces a higher form of, you might say selflessness in some ways, right? I mean, the sense that, oh, okay, yes, I have no I can also be a kind of act of narcissism in some senses, right? I mean, even if that is true, the fact is you are a causal agent in this world right now. When you move your arm, the air moves. If you say something, it has effects, right? It's true that doesn't mean you'll have a stable I over time, but it does mean that your ability to create an effect in this world, right, requires a certain attribution of responsibility to you. So there's a construction of I in the context of an attribution of responsibility. So I would actually say that I agree with you that, there isn't a kind of stable, essential thing called an I, right? But I don't think it actually follows from that there aren't uses of narrative, which are again inescapable uses. I mean, the reason in the philosophical context the term necessity is important because it's not just delusion. I mean, it's delusion only if you have a sense that, look, the only things that are real are material in some ways. Is necessity in the sense that it's the condition of intelligibility. In some ways, and the paradox that is often said, right? It's Derek Parfit writes an article saying the self does not exist, and you want to say, well, who is Derek Parfit? Right? I mean, now I'm being a little bit flippant, and there's a good philosophical answer to that question, right? But in that sense, reflection and context matters.
So, before we go into the break, one final question about the self, and then we can come back and talk about the world and about India and whatever. And that question comes from, you mentioned reflection. And I have also been thinking of late about how so many people aren't given to self-reflection at all. They just live their lives along whatever grooves they happen to be on, and they don't think much about it. Now, recently, something happened in my life which I think was fairly life-changing in the sense that all these years, I've had this intellectual curiosity to find out about the world, but I had no idea what was going on in my own body or so on and so forth. But a friend of mine, Ajay Shah, the economist, recommended I get a continuous glucose monitor, a CGM. I kind of did that. Alarmed by what I saw, changed my habits and my lifestyle entirely because of that, in terms of what I eat, how much I exercise, all of that. And I think that's great. And I want to sort of cultivate that further. And that got me to thinking about, okay, I have gotten a CGM for the body, but what about a CGM for the self, or a CGM for the soul, if one is to, articulate that grandly, or a self-reflection machine, so to say. And the question I want to ask you is, how can, in your view, just, and I'm thinking aloud here, how does one cultivate self-reflection? When I look at my own life and I think about the person I am and the things that I do and the way that I am, how, what are the kind of metrics I should use? What are the kind of questions I should ask myself?
Oh, I mean, you strike me as a very reflective person. So one, I actually don't think it's a question of some people are not reflective. I think pretty much all of us are not reflective in some areas of our lives.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the interesting question is where we end up being reflective and not. I mean, it's a line that kind of comes. And again, part of it is actually understandable for good reason. I mean, which is that if you think reason underdetermines choice and value, right? You think knowledge is always partial and we are finite beings, then the consequence of being a fully reflective being all the time would be actually to disable every kind of action. Right? I mean, the discussion in some senses we were having, the forms of life, right? And the forms of life often provide a closure. I mean, look, if I have to run an institution, if I have to run a factory, if I have to feed kids, under the circumstances that our society provides for us, I have no option but to bring a certain kind of closure to my reflection, right? So I think that's one kind of a constraint, right? And so we then kind of all fall into our grooves. I mean, what's the point of me thinking about something that is outside of the horizon of possibility in some ways, right? We let a few privileged thinkers do it. Society creates a risk investment pool. You guys, sit and think up these experiments. So I think that's one. I think this is the second reason why we close off reflection, which has to do with, I think, a point you had made earlier, which is, it is actually often practice that gives us meaning, right? So it's not easy to answer the question, why are you doing this rather than that? I mean, you can say it gives me meaning, but could I actually, explain in fully rational optimization terms why I should be doing podcasts rather than doing something else? Answer is no, right? So I would not be too hard, I think, in some ways. And I actually agree with Bernard Williams's kind of takedown of Socrates, that old saying that a non-reflective life is not worth living. And I actually think that's false. I mean, I do think you can live incredibly worthwhile lives and not actually be reflective in that kind of broad sense. So I don't worry about the problem of reflection in general. I mean, it's where I think it probably matters most is, I think, in our political relations to others, where because you're counting on their cooperation and they are yours, right? It's just hard to imagine coming up with just terms of social cooperation that does not involve at least a minimal kind of reflection. Let me listen to what they're saying, right? What is the other side of this argument? How do I give this person who's been totally excluded standing in some ways? And to me, I think the most interesting instigators of reflection. So there's the personal stuff, right? All of us go through a phase in life where we are not paying attention to our bodies and there'll be some external shock that induces us. But often the most important instigator of reflection, one that matters morally, is where somebody challenges you, even in a familial context, right? And to give up on reflection then is to basically then say, look, I think only force can settle this argument. Right? So I worry about reaching a point where, you know, we are committed to saying, look, only force can settle this argument. That's the sense in which reflection is important. But, should you all the time be reflecting on everything you do? I'm actually not sold on that proposition.
No, I mean, I don't think we should obviously all the time be reflective because then nothing would get done. But then part of my question also becomes is when do we circumscribe it and when is it necessary? And most importantly, what are the questions I should ask myself?
No, so the question. So the example you gave about the body, right? At one level, I mean, if you were a serious philosopher, you would say actually this is not an example of reflection as much as prudence, right? That in a way most of us live our lives prudently, and it happens in a particular context of life, right? This form of prudence becomes important, right? Take care of your health. I think with reflection, I'm not sure there's a metric, but I think there are 2 or 3 features that you see in it, right? One is, I think, a hyper-awareness of the conditionality of everything you're saying. I mean, the social science version of this is under what conditions? And to lead a reflective life is in part a kind of self-awareness of the conditionality of anything. So it's not saying, look, this commitment is bad because I've kind of taken a decision and closed off reflection of it. It's just being aware of the conditions under which you actually took a particular decision, right? And often the most reflective people, I think, are playful in that sense. They are constantly, in some senses, thinking of that conditionality. That's the opposite of dogmatism as well. That sense of conditionality also opens you up to the world, because the reflection has to be a reflection about the world. I mean, it's not just a kind of, right? And if you already have a sensibility that is not open to the conditionality of everything, right, you're pretty much closing yourself up to the world. So I would say, I think that to me is often a good sign, where when people present arguments or when they think about why they give certain beliefs authority, they can actually articulate and are aware of actually the conditionality of those claims and stuff. That's probably as good a metric as any of reflectiveness.
That's something I'll certainly reflect on. Let's take a quick commercial break, and on the other side, we'll continue our conversation. Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've taught 20 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing. An online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150, and is a monthly thing. So if you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just the willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm chatting with Pratap Bhanu Mehta about many things, including the nebulousness of the self before the break. So you could argue that, who are the people who are talking if the self is so nebulous? I want to ask you a question about the world and try to understand it better. And I mean, these are confusing times. We touched on this at the start of the episode, that many of our assumptions about the world, especially the assumption of progress, are being challenged. And I see 2 broad trends playing out in the world which seem to be going in different directions. And one is the spread of populism and authoritarianism and illiberalism and so on and so forth. And the other is a sort of a empowerment of individuals by technology, something that you disparagingly refer to as tech solutionism, but in general as a trend, technology enabling individuals, enabling components of liberalism, which, failed in certain political ways, but tech is achieving that. And there, what is happening also as a consequence of that is in many different domains, a crumbling of mainstreams. Like we see it in media where the mainstream is gone. In the 90s, there was a mainstream media, you had a consensus on the truth. That's dissipated, and in a sense it's a net positive. Everyone has a means of production in their hands, and that is empowering for individuals. But the mainstream is gone. I see that in the creator economy, and I sometimes speculate about whether that is happening in terms of nation states itself, where the internet makes us all global citizens able to form communities of choice. We are no longer constrained by circumstance or geography. And one of these trends is centralizing and narrowing. And the other of these trends is sort of a broadening of, not just our scope and potential, but also a broadening of our imagination. And I don't know how to reconcile the two. And apart from this very nebulous sense of, okay, these two really separate things are happening, and one is bad and the other is mostly good, beyond that, I haven't thought about it with much rigor. So give me a sense of what's really happening in the world? What's the story of the last 10 years?
You ask the kinds of questions only God can answer.
Then I ask them to the right person.
We can speculate. So again, I think I would separate out your two questions. Both because, and I think you hinted at it, which is not that one is broadly good and one other bad, which is both of them have, I think, a certain kind of internal tension and contradiction, right? So let's start with the illiberalism story first. And with your permission, let's take a step back from this current moment, again, just to try and see, what's contingent about a moment and what's kind of enduring here. If you look at the sources of illiberalism in the modern world, right, you can create a long list, but there are three that I think are politically quite salient. One, which we have talked a lot about, so I won't dwell on it here, which is in a sense nationalism, right? I mean, most arguments for abridging individual liberty in our context have some connection to nationalism, national security, even religious arguments, even arguments over blasphemy, even arguments over offense to religion, is because religion has been ethnicized into a collective identity, right? And historically, we don't have an answer to this question that nationalism, both enables a modern democracy, but also puts individual liberties at risk. And I don't think that's actually distinctive. I think it waxes and wanes in some ways. And the era where there was a kind of an unapologetic commitment to liberalism in the face of nationalism has been actually very, very rare. Even in the US, we can talk about now, but when you look at Jim Crow, when you look at McCarthyism, actually, even if you look at American free speech jurisprudence in the late 1950s, early 60s, it's actually not that liberal once you come down to it. So I think on that, all one can say is, look, this is a aporia at the heart of our politics. We can't do without nations and yet can't live with them. But there's a second perspective, and just to sort of broaden the debate a bit. You began with Fukuyama, and when Fukuyama talked about the end of history, again, this is an oversimplification of the argument, but broadly the argument was that, look, there was a big 20th century battle between, in some senses, communism and some combination of liberal democracy and capitalism, and liberal democracy and capitalism won, broadly speaking. And that combination is a relatively stable combination. It's not the most exalted. It doesn't cater to the highest greatness we are capable for, but it does satisfy our thymos in some senses, our kind of spiritedness. It sublimates it in some ways. I think what's happening in the world right now, I configure the modern ideological landscape slightly differently. It's actually compatible with Fukuyama's, but a slightly different way of thinking about it. That if you look at 20th century political history and the history of ideas, which is something you're deeply interested in, two things strike you quite remarkably, right? One is the endurance and persistence of certain political forms and ways of thinking, right? So at one level, it's quite remarkable that, American debates are still talking about 1776, right? I mean, it's just talk of the conditionality of the world. It just seems like a very, very different world. But here's this document constructed in 1776 around which so many debates are being configured. You think of China, almost 100 years of the party state as a political form, right? You think of West Asia, right? And by West Asia, I'm using broadly, but basically Pakistan to Egypt, right? There's this question that is set off in the late 19th, early 20th century, which is there a modern form of Islamic constitutionalism possible that can both acknowledge the sovereignty of God and yet be a modern constitution, right? And you look at Africa, right, which in some senses, the modern African political theory project was never again do we want a world which is divided by the color line, and the color line becomes the basis of exploitation, right? And India is in this kind of odd place where, in this respect, it actually ends up being part of, in a sense, that liberal capitalist domain where we basically come to the conclusion that creating a broadly liberal constitution with a democracy in a kind of unlikely place. In fact, the arguments are even stronger in a place like India, because this is the only thing that can in some ways keep the peace. At least that was the argument. Now, what strikes me about the world at the moment is there's an exhaustion around all of these projects, right? And by exhaustion, I mean three things specifically. One, the sense amongst people that as currently conceived, these projects are not delivering what they promised. There is a kind of crisis of legitimacy. It can be actually very mundane. I mean, if you ask me about the US right now and you say, what is the biggest failure of liberals? I don't think it's an ideological failure. It's that liberals have to demonstrate that they can govern. Why do liberal states have the worst homeless crisis in America? Why do they have the worst opioid crisis in America, right? Why is American infrastructure so terrible, right? So there is a sense in which those foundational questions are no longer translating into the kinds of governance expectations that people naturally assume. Increasingly, this is going to be true of China and has been for a while, right? To me, the sign that a state has to resort to more repression and more closure and more surveillance is often a tacit admission that it has an internal legitimacy crisis. The party state that China perfected was a extraordinary 20th century political form. In fact, I think it's a more important distinction than the communism capitalism one, right? Where you said, look, we'll organize a political society around a political party that is different from political parties in the West. It's not a party of interest. It's not a party of principle. It's a party that is both a vanguard, so it projects into the future. It says, these are the principal contradictions society needs solving. Party is the instrument to do it. All conflicts are mediated through the party. And the party is representative because the party comes to stand in the nation, right? For the nation in some ways, right? Now, the fact that China is having to resort to more repression, more surveillance, that modest optimism we had under Deng times. Not that China would become a liberal democracy. I don't think that was ever on the cards. And maybe for good reason, right? But a sense that there could be a party state form that could cohabit with other political forms and be relatively more open, right? That's facing, in a sense, an internal crisis of legitimacy. Liberal democracy is facing an internal crisis of legitimacy. As I said, one, its governance credentials. And look, fundamentally, even now in India, right? Yes, communalism is important, but at the heart of the matter is finding political parties and people who look like they can lead and govern, right? And the dilemma for centrists and liberals is that they look terrible on that score, at least to most of the public. Now, whether it's right, wrong, we can debate, but that's the sheen that the Congress party lost. It was never great, But now there's almost a sense you can't even govern your own party. How are you going to govern the country, right? West Asia, right? In some senses, the central contradiction in that project, which is running from kind of Pakistan to Egypt, right, is the answer to that question of can you have an Islamic state under the sovereignty of God? You can have one that is relatively decent. You can have one that is progressive in some ways. But can it allow for the kinds of freedoms that a modern world is premised on, including, most importantly, the freedom of thought and expression? That's turning out to be a misnomer, right? And this was the illusion of, even the most enlightened thinkers like Iqbal or very sophisticated thinkers like Maududi, right? That you kind of create these modern Islamic states, right? So that project has been in crisis for a while. And again, there are many reasons for that crisis. Geopolitics, imperialism, rentier states. It's not just an ideological crisis. The African project, in some senses, right, that if you, at one level, you could argue that if you're interested in racism and color line, it's deeply entwined with the political power and geopolitics of the African continent. In some ways, that if it gets its act together, right, the world system would look different in terms of how it divides, how it thinks of, in a sense, the race question. So my sense is that I think what makes this moment different is not that history ended. It's that there is a kind of internal exhaustion that the entire world is feeling. It's not that right now China looks like a better competitor to liberal democracy, as much as the BJP might want to create elements of a party state, right? Yeah. And then cutting through all of that is the simple fact that the answer to almost every legitimation crisis has been the creation or recreation of some form of nationalism. Because it's a form of solidarity that depends on identification, not on achievement. Right? If you're creating a solidarity based on equality and reciprocity, you better show it. If you're creating a solidarity based on saying, we produce 10% growth, there's enough goodies for everybody to go around, you better produce it. If you create solidarity based on saying we are the greatest country in the world because we have the best infrastructure, we can provide housing for everyone, you better produce it, right? So I think in that sense, there is a kind of, I think, a global kind of ideological exhaustion in these four major projects that actually were the fulcrum of politics in the 20th century in those regions. And as I said, the remarkable thing about it is their stickiness, right? I mean, which is, once that question becomes fundamental to a politics, that way of framing a question, how it kind of endures even in its kind of most pathological form sometimes, right? And all of this then is happening in the crisis, in the context of some larger social changes, as you in a sense indicated, forms of communication, the tectonic shift of power to Asia, which gives a geopolitical edge to the question of nationalism, right? In a way, and I think pretty much every regime from Putin to Xi Jinping and arguably India, maybe the US will also come around to it, is against taking, right, the national project around some form of global geopolitical presence. But except now it's happening in circumstances that are extremely competitive. I mean, and to that extent, you have to give, I think, compliments to neoliberalism that it did lift millions of people out of poverty. It did actually change the balance of power, I think, in the world in which, many people on the left do not actually acknowledge, right? For whatever it's, I think, other faults. So you have the making of a perfect storm, internal ideological exhaustion in a condition where geopolitical competition can no longer be managed by any hegemonic power of any kind, right? I think to me that is, at the heart in some senses of illiberalism. I don't think it's a simple choice. Do people vote on their prejudices? Are they being communal or are they being, voting instrumentally? I think the way people often think about is politics is always about concrete people and concrete political parties, right? What are your choices? And they come to some judgments about relative credibility. So it's actually quite possible that you might think X is a thorough rogue, but turns out to be, from your point of view, slightly lesser rogue than the other, right? So, and in that reservoir of credibility, I think liberals lost a lot of that argument. I don't think they lost that argument only because, their parties were hijacked by wokeism. Frankly, I think wokeism is as much a kind of, its impact is as much exaggerated by the right because it's an convenient ideological tool against which to define your identity. It's also a way of not confronting something that is at the core of wokeism everywhere, and not just US, which is the question of equality, right? I mean, it's become a kind of, sometimes a way of evading that question, right? But it also has to do with concrete structures of governance. Now, it could be, the Inflation Reduction Act has passed in the US. It could be that this is a turning point, but a lot will depend on what happens in the real economy over the next, year, 2 years, 3 years. It could be a demonstration that the US can again do large projects that, it now doesn't, it's actually worse than India in some ways. It takes 4 years to fix an escalator in the New York subway. It could be a way of demonstrating that the administrative state that the liberals created is not an obstacle to actually creating these kinds of projects that people share in. But good leaders, in a sense, build their reservoir across these domains. So I think with Narendra Modi, for example, I don't think it's just communalism. He tries to build a reservoir in all kinds of ways, including sending you personalized letters for paying your taxes and, doing all the nice things that you have done for the country, Amit. It's a way of gaining familiarity, right? Whether in some senses it's the new welfareism. And I think the challenge for the center and the left is to actually demonstrate that kind of credibility, where we are hampered by the fact that we don't actually have a political party vehicle that can do that at the moment.
So I'm fascinated by the term ideological exhaustion, and what that sort of makes me wonder is, was ideology ever so big in the first place? Was it ever a determining factor? Like when I look at India alone, which is the only country about which I think I can talk with lived experience, as it were, what I see essentially is that for decades, it's the elites who had an ideology, which was this received idea of a secular and tolerant India and all of that. And I think, I'm not sure that was really shared by the masses. I think the way we drifted through the decades was partly because of inertia, partly because most people weren't empowered, and that empowerment started happening late. And, and we've discussed this before, my sense that our society always had these currents running through it, and that now politics has caught up with society finally. So I'm wondering if there ever was any ideological hold, or is that a story we like to tell ourselves? Like, I think, when we explain the world, it's essential to tell ourselves stories. It is inevitable that they will both be simple and simplistic. And I wonder if privileging ideology as a convenient way to explain political currents everywhere somehow is such a small part of the story that that it misses.
You've actually answered your own question, I think, two different ways. Right? Which is, you're of course right that, this is not a kind of explanation, right? In a sense, right? I think the point about ideological exhaustion, right, was in some senses to say that when you have, in a way, this kind of triple crisis where whatever is the dominant narrative of your society, right, that basic structure that was thought to govern it is not seen to be delivering the goods, right? That's in a sense condition number one. Condition number two, when new problems arise to which that ideology does not seem fit for purpose, right? And that's part of the problem with the nation state thing. It's not fit for purpose for individual liberty, but it's not fit for purpose for actually solving planetary problems right now. Competitive nationalism is not going to be good for the planet in some ways, right? So there's a kind of right? And the third, in a sense, is a kind of more psychological one, where there isn't the articulation of any political party, vehicle, entity that you have some presumptive credibility, or you have faith in, right? Now, I agree with you. I mean, it's very hard to argue that India was secularism, although I don't think it's an elite mass thing, because I think a lot of modern attacks on secularism are actually elite attacks, including amongst intellectuals, by the way. And ordinary people can often accommodate a vernacular secularism in practice, I think, much more effectively. But what you did have, for good or for ill, right, is because of the history of the national movement, you had a leadership in a political party that carried enough reservoirs of credibility. When people voted for Jawaharlal Nehru, I don't think they voted by saying, is Nehru a secular or not? I think broadly it was, looks like somebody who's generally competent and has had the best interest of the country at the heart. And then, a lot of the political culture changes around that, right? So you, in a sense, have an exhaustion of, as I said, all of those elements, which no longer. And it's precisely under those circumstances that partly nationalism is just tempting. Because it's the one easy identification narrative that you can actually produce across large numbers of people without doing, and the world is such that it is actually giving you raw material for doing it, right? There's the global geopolitical context, okay. So the exhaustion point was to kind of understand, how do we end up in a place where in a sense we are so receptive to the idea of just kind of smashing up a lot of stuff which sustained us, right? The second point about ideology, and where I may differ with you slightly, is I'm actually struck by the stickiness of the question. So it's not so much which is, when you think of Indian debates, right? It's now 75 years since independence. And even now with the BJP, I mean, it might change as if Hindu nationalism consolidates its power. There's a kind of basic frame within which we have the debate. And a lot of the debate is really about the effectiveness of that frame, whether it's implemented consistently, the hypocrisies that attend to that story. When you think about the US, right? Again, it's thinking within a horizon of very entrenched institutions, right? When you think of the party state in China, again, the party has gone internal transformation. But it seems outside of the horizon of possibility that there's a big voice saying, boss, now we have to think outside the horizon of the party state as we understood, right? I mean, the one thing that's anathema in China is kind of competitive elections, right? Pakistan, right? Or Egypt in some ways, where you say, yes, Islam is important. It's in some senses a kind of extraordinary civilization. But has the time come to think outside of the horizon of a conception that is institutionalized in the state and has to protect, people against blasphemy or something, right? I mean, that's the no question in some senses, right? Okay. So in that sense, I don't think it's specific ideological beliefs. It's that our framing of the question has already actually taken on board a certain conception of the horizons of possibility. And sometimes these are good things. I mean, it's probably a good thing that, liberal democracies are not yet thinking of converting themselves into party states. But, certainly the Trump movement was a wake-up call that actually, in part, the response to that exhaustion is to say, actually, we need somebody who can smash this stuff open, even using the means that actually brought them to power to do it, right? So in that sense, I think ideology actually matters a lot. I mean, I think it's in fact, we often don't recognize it because it's actually so deeply embedded in the frames in which we are using, right? To pose the question, which will then circumscribe the range of answers you can give.
So here's a provocative question about India, or a provocative thought, which is that, it's almost become cliched to talk of different ideas of India, Nehru's idea of India, perhaps Modi's idea of India. And one contention could be that both these ideas of India, as it were, to, simplify and say that there are two, both these ideas of India are colonial ideas and therefore unsustainable, in the sense that the modern Indian project, the political project of, Sardar Patel and VP Menon bringing all these princely states together and so on, seems to me to be like a fast track colonization. What the British did over 200, 300 years, these guys did in a couple of years, and they did it through coercion, they did it through promises that were later broken, they did it in all kinds of ways, under the notion that the end justifies the means and this is a glorious end. Now, the thing is, at one level, I can look at this nation state that we have today and these lines on a map and India, and I love this country deeply, and I can celebrate our diversity and all the good things about us. As JP Narayan once pointed out to me, that it's okay to say we are an illiberal nation, but at the same time, we are liberal in so many lived ways, like the assimilation which is reflected in our food, our languages, our clothes, everything. But is this unsustainable, in the sense that in governance terms, I think everybody agrees that the more federal you are, the more local government is, the better it is for the people. My sense of the modern Indian state today is that it is a replica of the colonial state, except that our rulers today have brown skin instead of white skin. We are not really citizens, except in theory. We are subjects and they are rulers. And when you look a little bit down the road, you see that big problem of delimitation also coming up, which is bound to, for understandable reasons, raise a lot of shackles. And I think that, whether or not we think outside the box will think outside of itself, in the sense that, look, there is a sense of permanence about this, but this nation has existed for 75 years. There might even be a sense of permanence about China's one-party state, but the sample size of history through which it has, survived this one-party state, it's not necessary that it lasts much longer. Everything in the present moment seems made of rock, but it withers away in a day. So, what are sort of, your thoughts on this?
Okay, so let me push back against that. I mean, at one level, I agree with you, but I agree with you, I think, in a general sense. I don't think there's anything peculiar about India. All nation states are states created through coercion and colonization. I mean, there isn't a single. I mean, there isn't a single example, and I think it's important not to exceptionalize Indian history in that way. I mean, not as a defensive measure, but I think just as a kind of analytical proposition that, because in a way, and I want to kind of distinguish the question of the nation and the state for a second, but precisely because the modern state is an ambitious state, right? It has to institutionalize deeply. It has to collect revenues on a different scale. It has to do lots of different things. Precisely because of that, it has to, in some senses, disembed everything that resists it quite powerfully. So all states are kind of statist in that way. I mean, there hasn't been a, and I think this was an argument even Hayek made. In fact, the criticism of Hayek is, there's this term authoritarian libertarianism, that first you need to get that capable state in, take out all the obstacles in its path, then you will get these nice liberated individuals.
From where I stand, actually, Hayek was a bit of a commie, but please continue.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's for exactly that reason. I mean, there's a kind of collectivism in Hayek, actually, which is actually quite striking, and a collectivism that's actually becomes quite crude when he talks about the state, right? I mean, Pinochet, good thing, right? So there is something, in a sense, about the sociology of modernity, not anything particular to India, right? Where there will always be this dialectic of the state, in a sense, wanting to create a particular form of order and society resisting it, right? And in some senses, almost every historical comparative political literature turns out basically centers on the proposition, what is the balance of the state and society? China, the quip went was all state, no civil society. India had a kind of light state, at least in terms of its ambition, and now it's kind of transforming into a modern. You just can't get industrialization. You can't get the kind of labor mobility, all of that stuff without that state. So in that sense, the process of state formation, I think, is always going to be fraught in this kind of way. And I think the arguments about centralization and decentralization are always tactical arguments in light of what the purpose of that state is. I think from a democratic point of view, and from the point of view of the delivery of certain kinds of services, I can agree with you. I mean, India is way too centralized. But frankly, there's no straightforward story. I mean, if you look at the literature on education, for example, right, it actually turns out authoritarian states were far better than decentralized democratic states. The impulse to actually, education often came from this extraneous purpose of building a state and nation, right? So in that sense, I don't think India is an exception. And in India, because of the nature of social cleavages, this project has turned out differently in parts where we are successful at democratically incorporating it, as we have in some senses, right, with most states. Where we've tried repression, we usually fail because I think there's enough kind of social resistance to it, right? So it's not that in India repression has kind of succeeded better than democracy. It's part of that same state society balance, whether it's democratic or not. Now the question of the nation, I think, is a much more complicated one. And again, the cliche, all nation states are modern creation. The nation state form in which we understand it, which is horizontal conceptions of citizenship, equality, full membership, you know. Now, see, in India, there's a peculiar, I think, challenge, and I think we kind of underappreciate what the Nehru Sardar Patel project is. So, if you look at Europe, if you look at the map of Europe, the formation of nation states was accompanied by the bloodiest of exclusions. I mean, partly we don't see that because they accomplished that before they became nation states. 18th century, you can expel the Catholics, you can expel the Jews, you can do all kinds of things, right? Right? We forget Britain had an oath of allegiance still, the late 19th century, right? But even more startlingly, if you look at Michael Mann's work, The Dark Side of Democracy, the ethnic homogenization that went into the creation of nation states. Because empires by their nature are kind of multilingual, but empires are not ambitious entities. So long as you're not challenging the ruler and giving decent enough taxes, they don't care. Right? Which is why they can allow for your customs, they can allow for, there's no modernizing project in most empires, some of them do. So the project of the nation state, because it involves new conceptions of membership, new questions of who is the people. In a way, we don't actually have to answer that question politically before the 19th century. So I think this debate was how far back Indian consciousness goes, Hindu consciousness goes, is actually beside the point. I mean, you can actually concede that it maybe goes far. There is actually a consciousness, and I think academic scholarship is doing Indian history a disservice by this over-determinism of kind of colonialism, right, as a kind of instigator for this conduct. But the specific form in which the question of nation is presented to us post 1857, now we are going to be a modern society. A modern society requires a different power sharing arrangement, right, than an empire does. If it's going to be a democracy, then that power sharing arrangement involves questions of majority and minority. And so it's out of that crucible of representative democracy that actually our modern communal problem takes the turn it does. And the hard question for us is actually the intimate connection between this problem and the question of democratic representation, right? Particularly once you start thinking in terms of majorities and minorities. Now, the simple solution would be, look, we are all individuals, right? That's in a sense formally the American solution. But then you have to create the conditions to get there, right? Now, the second thing that I think Nehru and Patel grasped, right? So, and honestly, the question of representation and identity ended in failure with partition. India is born against the backdrop of the failure to resolve that question, which was fundamentally about a power sharing question, right? But Nehru and Patel, I think, also understood this thing about India, right? And when they looked at Europe, it's interesting, all Indian nationalists, right, including Nehru, were not gung-ho about nationalism. I mean, Gandhi and Tagore are explicitly post-national thinkers in some ways. But even the Nehrus, even Aurobindo Ghosh actually kind of sees, nationalism as kind of just a kind of transitory stage to something else, In part because they saw the logic of the nation state as homogenizing and exclusionary. For them, the beauty of the Indian experiment, right, is if you start breaking it up into 20 pieces, what you will get is the dynamic that 19th century Europe got, right? You can't object to a collective narcissism at a higher level and then expect the smaller collective narcissism to, in some senses, be morally kosher, right? To the nature of cultural connections in India, right? In some senses, it's complicated braiding across caste, class, in some ways, right? Meant that any project of homogenization, right, at a local level, which is what, let's say, breaking up India into 10, 15, 20 nation states, which could sustain, would require, is it would require actually breaking people from their local identities and bonds, in which we shouldn't assume that if Tamil Nadu is a state, I mean, the first thing that's going to happen is non-Tamil speakers will be kicked out. It happens pretty much everywhere. I mean, that's not right. So they imagined India in a different way, that instead of saying, we're going to benchmark an Indian identity, and the answer to that benchmarking is lots of local benchmarkings, let these organic connections in some senses flow. What you need is an assurance that people's culture will not be trampled over. So that's the linguistic compromise. India is unique in that kind of linguistic compromise, where you say 16 languages, you actually don't press the question of language in the way in which smaller states have done. I mean, think of tiny Sri Lanka, right? I mean, what a disaster, right? It couldn't manage in some senses two communities, right? So the Nehru-Patel argument was counterintuitive. It said that let's use these cross-cutting diversities in some sense, in a way to imagine a new form of a nation state, which is actually not benchmarked. So if you want to do a Hindu nationalist reading of our past, you're also welcome. In some senses, if you think the Hindu nation was glorious, that's also fine. So long as we can agree on a kind of basic constitutional, I think, identity. We've seen this example in the Northeast, right? I mean, one of the interesting things about the Northeast, and it's a place where the Indian state failed miserably, right? I mean, the amount of repression we used, right? But one of the interesting things about the Northeast is that there were, a couple of insurgencies post-independence. But the minute we said, or movements in the Northeast said, we will align ethnicity and territoriality, you had like 20 insurgencies. Because there's no way of aligning territoriality and ethnicity, right, without literally pulling apart the society, even at the local level. So I actually think there's actually a much deeper sociological and practical understanding, I think, of why, in some senses, you just have to think of India in this civilizational palimpsest terms, right? We tried one partition. I mean, you could argue that's one form of localism, right? It had the inevitable consequence of ethnic cleansing, right? So this idea that you could break up India into small nation states and that will somehow not raise this problem. So Patel and Nehru's answer and Gandhi's answer was, let's, just go for the whole thing in some ways. The failure, I think, is the one you pointed to, which is that there are particular broken promises. There are parts of the country where we did not show enough faith in our own democracy in some ways. And so wherever we tried democratic, in the 50s, nobody gave India a chance, or at least many social scientists didn't. Wherever we tried democratic incorporation, we succeeded. And now I think you're right that there is an interesting question of what's the architecture of federalism that will continue, in some senses, to deepen that story. And there, I think we're going in the reverse direction. I mean, there's a lot more centralization and so forth. So I think on this one, I'd give ourselves a little bit of credit. I don't think we were just aping colonial. What we were saying was, look, these are realities. There is a modern state, which is required under the modern horizons. And the only way in which you think you can make it work in the context of India's diversity is to actually keep thinking of India in some senses as a whole, rather than saying, we'll go the European way. Right. So here's an innovation. I mean, it's the only nation state in the world that's still officially, at least, right? And you could say that's a deficiency. It does not push for everybody's language to be the same. Not a classic attribute of nation. So we actually innovated.
Yeah, so before I kind of go further on that, just a minor lament that we talk about state versus society and markets as a third prong, though I think markets are just a mechanism for society to express itself through voluntary action. But otherwise, and people would expect that, okay, I always keep talking about the predatory state, surely I'm on the side of society. But as an individual, I kind of have an issue with all of them. Our state tends to be oppressive, our society tends to be illiberal, markets will generally be in thrall of one or the other. Either you'll have cronyism, which are the opposite of free markets, and so on and so forth. But leaving that little lament about the importance that individuals deserve aside, I want to hark back to something that I think you mentioned in your conversation with Shruti, where you spoke about how nationalism is just one dimension of our problems, that the unresolved dilemma is how is power going to be shared once you institutionalize a democracy. And there it seems that, just thinking aloud, on two fronts we went terribly wrong. One is the first past the post system. Proportional representation would have solved many of the problems and fissures that exist today. At least they would be less problematic. And the other, of course, is federalism. We centralized way too much, and we centralized for rational reasons. We centralized because at the time we made these decisions, the country was falling apart, the center had to hold. So it was natural to want to centralize power. And, Ambedkar, of course, was deeply suspicious, and correctly so, of smaller communities. Villages were a den of localism and so on and so forth. And that was another rational reason to centralize power. Though the argument that you just articulated, I haven't heard that before from any of those guys. So, can you elaborate a bit on this in terms of that problem? How is power going to be shared, and what is our experience with trying to solve for that problem, and what could resolve it going forward?
So I have a slight disagreement with you on the first past the post system. So again, from a political science perspective, just like reason underdetermines choices, I think institutional design hugely underdetermines outcomes, hugely. So I actually never buy these kind of, and I think there's a kind of lot of contextuality to it, and I'm actually not convinced that proportional representation is the answer to that problem, because proportional representation, because it depends on what you want to optimize on, right? So if your image is, here's 5 groups, we want to share 20% for you, 10% for you, 15% for you, proportional representation is fine, right? If you want to create a polity, right, where the aim of politics in some senses is to break the hold of those identities on you, that you see yourselves as part of these groups, right? Proportional representation can actually be quite a disaster, actually, in some ways.
It can solidify the toxic
identity. And I think one of the interesting things about first past the post system normatively, which people underappreciate, right? Because I think we're too mathematical about this. Politics is all about latent functions, not just manifest functions. So, one of the original arguments for why have territorial based constituencies, right? I mean, that itself that's not clear that's the only way to organize a democracy, was supposed to be that territorial constituencies was a kind of proxy for a localized random selection. In any given territory, there'll be rich, there'll be poor, hopefully there'll be enough kind of caste diversity, religious diversity. And you want the unit to be one where you actually have to talk to everyone. Yeah. So it's actually creating a process. One of the unintended consequences of first past the post system is, and again, it depends on context. Now with party dominance changing, it could have a different meaning. We sometimes decry the fact that parties with small percentage of votes could actually hold up bills in Lok Sabha, But there's a flip side to it. it's the system that allowed every party to share in national governance at some point, once that Congress hegemony, right? And what kept it together was not the formal design. What kept it was a certain understanding of politics. भाई यहाँ सबसे बात करनी पड़ती है. A political self-identity that politicians in some senses have. That fundamentally we are social mediators. At the fringes we engage in violence, but right. So whether it's first past the post system or proportional representation or presidential or parliamentary system, the actual work of politics and the forms of organization that happened outside the formal electoral process make a huge, huge difference. I mean, what kept India together insofar as it was after partition was not just that we had a constitution and design. It was a certain culture of the Congress Party. You organize units regionally, you give language identity space, at least you make a show of inclusion, whatever. I mean, it had its limitations, right? So I think a lot of what changed in a sense was our kind of conception of politics, more than just design. I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't relook at the first past the post system, but I think it's a bit quick to say, it's like if the state didn't work, market will. I mean, I think the underlying conditions in some senses are similar, right? So then the question is, in a sense, what the question of power sharing is. Now, the problem with our pre-partition discussion on power sharing was we were all looking for an engineering solution, right? X representation, or if you give this community the veto on this issue. And I think Ambedkar called the bluff on that in his book on Pakistan. He says, boss, if you think of yourself as one nation, two societies, this is not going to be a power arrangement system between two communities that see themselves as part of the same nation, right? And the only way you're going to get that is in some senses disembedding individuals, right? And his argument was that his strongest argument for partition is that it might give India the chance to modernize because it takes the Hindu-Muslim question off the agenda. He was not entirely sanguine about it, but he thought there was a much greater possibility of that than if you just locked India into this one question, what is going to be the balance of power between Hindus and Muslims? And unfortunately, I think since 1857, that political question has kind of dominated. And the BJP now comes and says, Inko to veto diya tha, we'll make them irrelevant, right? So, in that sense, that project, which was at the heart of Madisonian democracy, that you cannot make any system of representation run where fundamentally the purpose of representation is not to create a space for politics and individuality, but in some senses to solidify identities. Now, you need to recognize identities sometimes, right? I mean, so the argument for, let's say, reservation for Dalits, and Ambedkar is clear that the purpose of it is to give them the means and empower them to actually exercise their agency as individuals. It's not in some senses just a mechanical, numerical, question of power sharing. And the final question about power sharing is that ultimately it's also about forms of social power, right? And one reason we worry about this particular moment is, even if the state formally remains constitutional in the way that it is, and you create forms of social power that stigmatize and marginalize groups and target for them for being who they are, right? The Nehru project in some ways, right, actually kind of understood that. Now, the problem that happened in the sense that you don't actually have a vehicle in some sense for achieving that objective. I think Gandhi was right on this. What happened to social reform? What happened to public education? The one crucible in which common citizenship is created around the world, right? That's pretty much been the most important instrument of any nation state, right? There, we, the liberals, failed absolutely, utterly, miserably. So you're kind of operating on a project that has actually no institutional engines behind it.
So, and I agree actually that my question was a little unfair
No,
because
it's perfectly fine. It's
I made the mistake of comparing proportional representation in theory with first past the post in practice. And if you were to do it the other way around, the argument could go the other way. And I'm convinced by your argument against proportional representation that it embeds those identities in place and doesn't recognize the fact that every individual contains multitudes. And obviously, we want to move beyond identity. But then the same argument could also be used for various kinds of affirmative action that we've gone for. It could be used for, what we did with the Hindu code bill, that you're treating people of one particular identity in one particular way and, privileging another one by leaving them out of it for understandable reasons that we don't want the minorities to feel uncomfortable, but nevertheless. And this is also a sort of a tension at the heart of the project, I think, in the sense that you have the constitution guaranteeing equality and that everyone will be treated equally. But then you have all of these exceptions carved out with perhaps great intentions, but you have these exceptions carved out. And in this sense, it seems a little incoherent.
So I think you have to distinguish the three cases that you mentioned because I think they're very different logics. I mean, to me, the reservation case, particularly for Dalits, right? What's the theory, right? The theory is here's a group that is marginalized on every single dimension you can mention, right?
Unlike OBCs and all, as you pointed out.
And one instrument of addressing that marginalization has got to be giving a share in jobs and education. That's a kind of, I mean, and partly just because of spin-off effects. I mean, because this is a group in some senses that was so marginalized. You've never seen a government officer, right? But the objective, right, is not the maintenance of a group identity, right? The objective is to put you in a position where you can actually exercise your individual agency like everybody else does. So when Dalits, and it's not, I think, an accident that, one of the reasons I think Dalit movements have been such custodians of the Constitution, not just because of the identification with Ambedkar, but because the story they want is not a story of, some now are beginning to articulate it after the Mandal Summit, it was not a story of actually just power sharing and representation. It was a story of, in some sense, inclusion as agents and subjects for which this happens to be an instrument, right? Now, there's two things that in a sense that, so in principle, you can actually justify, I think, affirmative action of someone, right? The question then becomes, how do you design it in a way that actually achieves that particular objective, right? And there we, in a sense, did the kind of classic thing the Indian state does, lowest common denominator, simplest solution. And partly we were politically wedded to it because we were failing on all the other dimensions of inclusion, right? So this becomes a kind of lightning rod for mobilization. With the expansion of Mandal, in some senses, that inclusionary logic of affirmative action was, now OBCs are complicated groups. I mean, it's a very large category and, but broadly speaking, it actually took the reservation debate into, here is a pie that needs to be divided in a sense according to that and the identities of people. And now we have the reductio ad absurdum of them, which is, might as well say, if they're only 5% upper castes, give them 5% of that pie, right? And there were better ways of designing affirmative action. I think, many people propose this. We were pushing for it at the Knowledge Commission based on Rakesh Basant's work then, which is, what if you used parents' education as a proxy for people who are eligible for affirmative action? It would actually cover all the Dalit groups you need to cover, right? But in some senses, after a generation or two, could be self-liquidating. Interestingly, JNU's multi-pronged deprivation index was actually an interesting way of breaking out of this mold in some ways. And you could actually tinker with it in ways in which, so I actually think affirmative action is, I think, quite just, but yes, the form in which we congealed it. And two, I think the cultural change, right, which is what happened the minute this became a question of just the sharing of power. The ethical dimension of it, which is the point, is that in some senses you should not be a prisoner of this compulsory identity, right? That ethical point got lost. And not just got lost. I mean, I was quite aghast, day before yesterday, Manish Sodia, yes, the government is hounding him, but his first response was, "Main Rajput hu, main nahi jhukta hu." And I mean, I can understand the sentiment, but what's the implication, right? That there is a kind of compulsory identity of Rajputness. And we slip into that quite unconsciously, right? That the moral horror of caste, right, is that it gives everyone a compulsory identity where you have no control over your self-definition, right? I mean, that's what makes, parts of Manu look so kind of oppressive. Why Ambedkar reacts so strongly to Gandhi. It's not just that Harijan is patronizing. It's the ultimate Manuvadi act where somebody comes and says, "I'm going to name you." Right? Right? No matter what you do, where you are, aap Harijan hai, right? And one of the reasons I think caste politics is so attractive to politicians, right? In a way in which class politics is not, is because it provides a simple metric, right? X people have graduated. If you do class, the minute you come out of your class, you're no longer a member of that class, right? So caste has this peculiar kind of feature, right? And why I think the caste census, I actually oppose the caste census, because I think everything that needs to be done for genuine empowerment, you can actually do without a census. You don't need a census for that. Right? It's actually an artifact of this odd, and we haven't even resolved the methodological question, right? Can it be a part of self-definition? And if your identity cannot be part of self-definition or not a product of self-definition, for a liberal state, that's almost the worst kind of identity, right? You don't even get the right to name who you are, right? So I think that's where we ended up, I think, wrong with the caste question. The personal law question, in some ways, and you're right that, look, the Constitution did a compromise. It was a modus vivendi. It's conditions of partition. Partly it's an act of reassurance, right, to minorities. The way I now think of the personal law question is, I think the question got slightly inframed in this terms of a kind of uniform civil code. Because that, again, reinstates the question. Whose civil code? Who's defining it? Whose values get into it? And, when you're looking at things like marriage, right? I mean, I'm just trying to think of a common civil code of, marriage, cross-cousin marriage, go-through marriage, right? I mean, these are deeply embedded practices. The better tack to take, which I think is where the Supreme Court was incrementally heading, was to say that, look, there can be different kinds of variations, right? But all of those variations have to pass some basic tests, right? Gender equality, freedom of a certain kind. Compatible with that, if the variation's fine, and plus you can have an exit option. I mean, you can always do, the Special Marriages Act, right? But I think framing the common civil code around national integration was a mistake, because it immediately raises the specter, will our cultural practices find a reflection in this nation? No. The commonality that we are interested in is the baseline consensus that the state has a compelling interest in gender equality and freedom across all laws, right? Compatible with that, if there are, various kinds of variations and all of that, that's something to be, in a sense, worked out. But the suspicion, right, that this is going to be drafted by a majority that's not going to consult others. And by the way, the reverse suspicion, where the Congress Party's biggest mistake to institutionally empower a body like the Muslim Personal Law Board, which is neither representative nor far-sighted, nor has any imagination, right? Partly, I think, for political reasons. The political reasons being that it was easier to prey on that politics of fear. The majority will, in some senses, ride roughshod over you. Now, that's happening anyway. But instead of being constructive about it, right, and Congress kind of betrayed all of these principles, particularly under Rajiv Gandhi. So I think for liberals, I think it's important to engage with the UCC debate, not just to a knee-jerk reaction, but bring it back to these first principles, right? What's the compelling core vision of the Constitution that these practices in some senses have to, and then in some senses apply that, I think, symmetrically, in some ways. I think on liberty, I actually agree with you where the two kinds of threats of liberty where, again, the Indian state is not an exception. One is the kind of inflation of threats to national security and public order as pretext for curtailing civil rights, which again all states have done. But the second, I am a near absolutist in free speech. Unless there's direct incitement to violence, I think the presence of a category that looks like blasphemy, right? If it's an operational category in law, I mean, you have states like England where it existed in the books, but, nobody bothered for it for quite a while, is actually a disaster for liberal societies. And it's a disaster in two ways. One, because it suggests a kind of basic lack of trust, which is the underlying discourse of that article, right? We are such mad people, we will get so triggered, right, that large-scale violence is going to follow. But we fail to consider the reverse possibility that large-scale violence, right, once you also follows from the fact that people can actually mobilize to get things banned. And then it becomes a competitive race between communities. So I think a very, very strong norm, right? And why, for instance, in the Nupur Sharma case, I think it was important to say that as a functionary of the BJP, right, the manner of her articulation should not suggest that minorities are stigmatized and arguments about Mehmed are weaponized in that way. But I actually don't think there's a case for arresting her. I think that's where, again, we liberals jumped right into the trap. Right. So you reach a point where these kinds of utterances become a kind of matter of fact where, somebody says nobody actually pays attention to them. But by having a law, you are ensuring, right, that, these get... By the way, this is not just true with this. I mean, you just look at what's happening in Punjab. I mean, Punjab has a blasphemy law. The SGPCs crack down in some senses of even legitimate scholars who work on Sikhism is actually a story that's not been written about enough. So there are all these kind of reverberating effects. Basveshwara's followers in Karnataka, right? So I think we need to, in some senses, I think, show more trust. It's not going to be seamless. But we have locked ourselves into a vicious cycle, which has only, I think, deepened with being stuck in a 1930s paradigm.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on all of this. And you said you're a near free speech absolutist, and you're near me because I'm an absolutist. And I agree with you about the liberal hypocrisy about this. I mean, if you think 295A and 153A are bad, they should not be there, then that's it. That's the end of the story. But you can't say that, hey, don't use it on us, but use it for Arnab Goswami, use it for Nupur Sharma. That simply does not compute, and just tremendous...
No, I said near absolute just in the sense that, absolute has a kind of connotation where, even normal tort wrongs and stuff are not actually covered by that. So, but I suspect on every issue we'll be all probably on the same.
On free speech. Yeah. No, and I'm exactly with you on the issue of reservations as well. The objectives and the rationale behind reservations for Dalits were fantastic. But if you look at the outcomes and the way they turned out, I agree with you about the design, but the thing is that tool became a political tool eventually, and I wonder if it ended up solidifying these identities in people's minds. Like, caste is incredibly toxic. It is, and what you want to do is you want to fight as effectively as you can. And I think part of the danger of any kind of top-down thinking is that आपने law बना लिया and the law is there, and you think our job is done, it's over. But the point is, a top down law is going to be incredibly ineffective, and b, then that social change simply isn't happening. We needed that social change, and I wonder if our thinking about it was, and it's easy to say this in hindsight, obviously.
No, but I think a couple of nuances. I think on reservation for Dalits, I think I have a slightly different take. It's not incompatible, but I think one nuance, when we say solidified caste, I think we actually have to acknowledge the fact that a lot of that solidification actually comes from upper caste backlash that refuses to acknowledge this reality. Actually, it's not as much as if Dalits kind of, yes, for political sense, but in some ways, I think, I actually do think there's a kind of asymmetry there, at least what I see on college campuses in some ways. I mean, obviously in India, you can't escape caste, but I think the solidification that has come from the resentment that you have to deal with this problem, I think that's actually and it's a much more insidious form of solidification than a traditional. And I think it has to be said that I think a lot of the mechanism of solidification, like in the US in some senses, solidification of white identity actually comes from that we don't want to share this power or in a sense share this space. I think the second thing, I think in the case of Dalit reservations is that, it has at the margins, I think, created avenues for mobility, which are beginning to have back channel effects. I mean, I think if our friend Chandraban was here, he has a particular take on this in some ways, right? Which is that in the case of Dalits, you urgently needed to create even the minimal resources, educational, to actually even think of the slightest forms of mobility, right? So, right. And you could argue that some of that has actually happened in some ways, that, in some senses, even the Dalit entrepreneurs that he's writing about, right? And many of them, by the way, don't want reservation for themselves and their kids. I mean, there is, so in that sense, I don't think for them it's this kind of solidified story. But the fact that there were examples and the fact that this is, I think, an enabling step. I think the scandal, I think, of reservations is that, and this I can say, very apparent when I was on the Knowledge Commission. Absolutely everybody in India gets mobilized on the issue of access, low fees, affirmative action. Impossible to get anybody mobilized on education quality.
Yeah.
And access to us became that substitute for, quality in some ways, right? And as time went on, so more and more weight was actually placed on the access story. And that we are achieving quality is a kind of miracle, in the sense that lots of little nooks and crannies allowed us escape valve. But the quality story, and the quality story was in fact, often used against Dalits, right? I mean, this whole question of, oh, there are not enough qualified Dalits. I mean, frankly, in our context, if you're sincere about that, you first have to show what your record is on improving public schools, improving the quality of education. Otherwise, that's just a weapon to basically argue for the unfairness of reservation. I mean, it's pitying the plumage but forgetting the dying bird.
It's a circular argument that traps them in a vicious circle. I agree about that, but what I meant by solidifying identity was not in the case of Dalits per se, but what reservations later became when it got expanded to various landowning castes and so on and so forth, where it just became, one more tool that you use in electoral politics to build vote banks and so on and so forth. And, but
actually, it's deeper than that. I mean, I think you're right about it, because what I've been actually struck by, so there's this nice sociological story we told ourselves that caste will move from hierarchy to identity, right? And in some senses, that's be an achievement because it takes away from the hierarchical purity pollution aspects. It's a way of organizing group identity. I think the horror to my mind of that story, the way it has happened in India, is in a sense the compulsory character of it. That the kinds of identities that liberal society values and it should valorize the freedom for people to, in some senses, choose and create identities. But the kind of identities that we have created, it's compulsory character, right? Which is in a sense your measure, no matter at kind of all parts of the spectrum, right? And that now has even more insidious form, right? It's been given legal form in some ways, right? I mean, it's a, and how you can create a liberal society that doesn't open up the possibility for self-definition, I think is should worry us.
Yeah, so here's a question, and here's a thought that kind of gives me some amount of despair, which is we have all these fault lines in Indian society, right? It was almost a matter of faith at one point for our liberal elites that, look, number one, we will, create these top down interventions to solve these problems. And number two, society will modernize over time. We'll get prosperous, things will get better, these fissures will disappear. Now, what we see with the anti Muslim nature of modern politics, which more than one party subscribes to, is that really hasn't happened. If anything, they've kind of deepened. We see the same thing with caste. We see more assertion of it, like Sisodia standing up and saying he's a Rajput and so on and so forth. That's, if anything, it sort of becomes stronger. So where does progress then come from?
So, I think in the longer sweep, I think the story is a bit more mixed. And let me begin with a different example because it might have some bearing on actually these two as well, which is, the one piece of good news that has come in the last week or so, which is India is inching back towards a normal sex ratio at birth, right? I know India's female labor force participation is abysmally low, but I actually think in 10 years the story will be very different. I mean, you can almost sense the pressure of social change. You just look at any educational institution. You just look at that this kind of stuff. It's taking longer than it should, and often, the lag between enrollment and participation is 10 to 15 years. Partly because maybe people are investing in their children. So it's actually a good example, right? And one can be kind of cynical about it. But I actually saw in Haryana, one of the most kind of patriarchal states in some ways, a kind of poster child for this. The Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao was not insincere across social and political spectrums. That doesn't mean violence has stopped. That doesn't mean honor killings are not going to happen. That doesn't mean, But so here's a kind of interesting example of actually a pretty deep and significant long-term change that in some senses is, I think churning, right? I think with caste, right? So you could tell a kind of benign story which would go something like this, that again, what we are seeing at the moment is the lag between that political paradigm we had for the last 20, 30 years and the actual social changes. So two things are already beginning, or three things in the caste politics, right? One, the logic of caste now is de-agglomeration, right? Which is already a kind of acknowledgement that paradigm of classification didn't quite work. So now you have EBCs, now you have to add other criteria. It's a kind of splintering of caste. Two, you're beginning to see a lot more splintering of voting choices, right? I mean, as much as you and I might hate Dalit groups voting for the BJP, at another level, it actually does signify something deep, right? Not just the fact that they think the BJP is not an obstacle, even if it's not, fully empowering, but the identification between caste and party. Now, it still exists. I mean, UP upper caste will predominantly 80% penetration of the BJP and stuff. But I actually think the voting story is a lot more fluid and will get fluid. And now, again, it's endogenous. I mean, it's endogenous in the sense that if there's a plausible alternative coalition, people gravitate to it. If there's nothing on offer, then caste is a kind of default thing. I mean, if I know nobody's going to give me governance, I might as well get, three of my buddies in government or something, right? And the shifting coalitions, in a sense, around caste, right? So I think that's a little bit in the sense of opening up. And the third thing, in a sense, that will happen, right, which is a lot of the articulation of the kind of liberal ideas, not the practice of liberalism, but the ideas, it has historically required a kind of much bigger middle class, right? Now, up till now, most of us did not have to face this question because, other than in education institutions because of reservation, we actually never actually had to encounter the question of sharing same spaces and all of that. And the fact that the focus is getting back onto things like discrimination and stuff, it may actually force a kind of different kind of conversation. Generationally, it may force a different kind of conversation where you hope, I mean, let's see, does even politically Tejasvi and Akhilesh think of caste and politics somewhat differently? They're not going to give up on the caste story, right? But it's no longer that, you know, caste dignity or nothing else program that Lalu ran on. So I actually think there are kind of exogenous changes, and I think on this Chandrabhan is right. This is the more economic churn you create, it opens up different possibilities. I'm not saying I'm not an economic determinist. We know from the US experience that, categories like race and caste can be very, very sticky. But for years, you just didn't even have the basic raw material to which to, in some senses, reconfigure all of this stuff. So I suspect, this is one place where you might get more progress. The Hindu-Muslim thing, frankly, gives me the nightmares. It gives me the nightmares because I see its normative entrenchment. Like, so with caste, for all the, social practices about caste, nobody kind of normatively defends, we should return to caste society or something. With this communalism, we do. I mean, that, you can, so its normative entrenchment is much deeper. The kind of political narrative of fear that you need to sustain an anti-Muslim political outlook, that kind of material is very readily available. I mean, it takes one blasphemy incident and, we can talk about the short-term victory of, BJP having to expel 3 MLAs. Trust me, this is going to be an underground resentment, right? You have in some senses Pakistan, right? So the objective conditions where Hindu nationalism creates a kind of climate of fear, magnifies what is actually not really as big a threat, right? Those conditions are actually more likely to obtain now in some ways, right? So there's enough fodder for them, as it were, right? I think in a way. Third thing, in some ways, right, which is that, and this is where the question of power sharing with Muslims has always been complicated in the Indian context. That there's often a convergence between a certain kind of liberal and Hindu nationalism. Right? I mean, Lala Lajpat Rai was actually as good a liberal as you can get in many respects, right? But the narrative of both, the construction of a Muslim otherness, where you say, look, there's something about this community that is going to make them more resistant to liberal norms than anybody else. Now, I actually don't believe that construction. But the overdetermination of the ideological sources from which people come, I think makes it a harder problem to deal. Which is why I think it's important for liberals to get their first principles right on this. Because the pseudo-secularism charge, right, is something that we need to diffuse, I think, by our conduct. And unfortunately, as you rightly said, no political party is going to do it for us. I mean, that's the real danger part, where you, for the first time since independence, you do not have a single political party that can, even on basic empathy grounds, say, in a civilized society, it's our job to make sure that nobody is targeted for being who they are. First time, no political. I'm even beginning to doubt whether TMC will do this in the near future.
Yeah, it's tragic. I should point out to listeners that since you've referred to recent events, we are recording this on August 24th. It'll come out a bit later. So, just to keep that in mind. I did, by the way, invite Chandrabhan Prasad to the show during this trip. But the moment he heard I wanted 5 hours of his time, he was just very firm. He said, no, sir, please excuse, leave me out of it. And
I'll
I
try and
was like,
persuade him. It'll be fun. He's fun.
if you can, I would
Yeah.
really appreciate it
Yeah.
because that's one episode I really, really want to do. But regardless of whether he comes on the show or not, I'd urge all my listeners to read his books and read his writing. A great thinker, and yeah, and the thing to note about caste, which I keep thinking about and which I think elite discourse misses, is that more Dalits voted for BJP in 2014 and 2019 than for any other party. And that's a revealed preference. So there's clearly something happening there, which is sort of interesting. But the anti-Muslim stuff, it leaves me speechless. And what especially worries me is the inevitable consequence of what you wrote about as a BJP's long-term strategy, which you termed heads we win, tails you lose. And the point there was that you do all this macho anti-Muslim posturing, you're getting brownie points from your people. But the moment there is any backlash, you can use that to claim victimhood, and you can then, double down on that. And that worries me enormously. So far, the Muslims of India, and I hate to speak of anyone in a collective sense, but so far the Muslims of India have been incredibly tolerant and graceful in the face of an incredible amount of provocation. But it just takes one random guy breaking down, not being able to take it anymore and doing something rash. And then a video of that can just go all over WhatsApp. And that can be the spark, and you can light the fire, and that scares me a lot, to the extent that is not in anybody's control anymore. It is not as if the Prime Minister was to decide that this must not happen. Well, sorry, he doesn't control this anymore. He can't ride this tiger.
So there's two things about that. I'll to your point slightly differently. That is actually the thing that gives me nightmares. I actually do think, by the way, I still believe that when this Indian state wants to control stuff,
it can.
it actually can. I mean, it's which is why we've kind of I mean, there's almost no riot that doesn't happen without some kind of active state abdication or participation. I mean, it's not that it can kind of it can stop it from alter, but it can actually limit its impact and limit its scope, right? But the worrying thing is precisely that it doesn't look like the ruling dispensation will have an incentive to do that. That's one. Or if it is an incentive, it will be a very tactical one for a particular context. But the second thing that's worrying me, right, and that's the larger context of our democracy, where, this is also happening at a time where you both have a greater institutionalization of this kind of communalism in different branches of the state as a very active state project. I mean, a kind of unconscious, half-baked communalism was always part of the state, in some states more than others. But I'm less and less confident now that you can trust the key organs of the state, where if the signal was right, they would actually do the right thing. I think in that sense, there's a kind of longer term, whether it's judges, whether it's bureaucrats, possibly people even say they're just the armed forces, right? So it gives you a very different kind of institutional power, right? That's, I think, one thing. The second thing, I think, is that, given the vehemence with which the government is going after the opposition now. So if you ask the question about democracy, and as much as we decry professional politicians, every democracy is sustained by professional politicians. And by professional politicians, we mean a couple of things. A group of people who understand themselves to be members of a political class and acknowledge each other as members of a political class and play by certain rules of the game. Now, that can have its downsides. I mean, one of the downsides was, for example, you do not prosecute anybody in politics. We always used to say politicians get away scot-free. But in a way, that was part of that mutual reciprocity. If you look at the breakdown of democracies, once you have a hyper-ideological regime in power, right, and it has, in a sense, broken that professional norm, right? one should not assume that it will give up power easily, even if it even if you think you can actually get it to lose in an election, right? Because you've already created this deep state apparatus, right? Which will now, I mean, some will be opportunistic, some will shift, but surely I think given what India has gone through the last 7 or 8 years, if you were part of that establishment, you cannot now assume it's one IAS officer, another IAS officer. We just rotate like we used to, right? Uh, the kind of prosecution the ruling establishment would fear if there's a genuine opposition victory, right? You could argue that that substantially reduces their investment in acquiescing to a peaceful transition of power. And I think this is a danger that we are facing for the first time in Indian democracy. That and it's hard to kind of articulate it because we haven't had a past kind of precedence of this. I mean, you could argue emergency 75, but all the signs are that the ruling dispensation is putting itself in a position where it'll be very difficult for its cadres, its party, its leadership to actually accept a peaceful transition of power. So you may be in a position where mere electoral dissatisfaction, unless it's like some massive thing that, you kind of just really scare them. But even if it's a close election, we've already seen that in the US, right? I mean, the legitimacy of the election impugned. That's a very distinctive possibility in India now.
The German political theorist Carl Schmitt once said that in politics you need an other, right? What we are seeing in India, in a sense, is of course Muslims are the other. That's something playing out at the social level. But in politics, the BJP has pretty much, it's virtually created a Congress Mukt Bharat as it wished to, and there's practically no opposition. So there is a sense, and I've seen traces of it in the rabbit holes I've gone down on, the extreme right-wing rabbit holes, that the opposition will really come from within. Like already we speak about the fault lines between trads and raitas, as they are called, trads being the completely traditional hark back to good old Hinduism, whatever that was, and so on and so forth. Do you have this sense that it could play out that way, that the splintering will happen from within, that rather than from without, because without there really is not much of an opposition right now?
I'm less convinced that you'll get the splintering. One, again, maybe we are too close to the present moment, but and maybe this is acknowledging your point about how we see the importance of ideology here as opposed to what people fear most. It's like the Republican Party in the US. Nobody defected, right? You would have thought Trump was anti-evangelical. So this trad and raitas thing is a Twitter discourse. Honestly, it politically is useless. I think as a kind of articulation of a possible political movement, somebody saying this is not traditional Hinduism, this is, some violent, aggressive, non-traditional revolutionary doctrine, right? I don't think that's going to happen. B, I think it's early days. Remember, yes, human nature is ambitious, but the BJP has had longer socialization mechanisms than I think almost. It's the kind of socialization mechanism that the Congress party did, right? Where you could argue, I mean, look, do the counterfactual. If Patel and Nehru had split, literally split, or if Nehru had gone with Subhash and split with Gandhi, right? I mean, the Indian national movement could have collapsed. I actually still think, if you look at the cast of characters, I mean, whatever their other faults, their ambitions will certainly come into play, and there will be differences. But I think it's too premature to conclude that this is just going to be another factional fight, right? The third thing I think about that, which is, this is just a speculative possibility, which is, suppose there were to be a split. Does the process of creating that split actually radicalize the party even more and make it worse? Because we know, I mean, this is often the case with extremist organizations, right? The way you claim your legitimacy is by outflanking whatever slivers of moderation you might have, right? That gives other parties an opening, but it doesn't necessarily actually mean that the outcome of that splintering is actually less violent or any good. And this is true of any religious base. I mean, you can look at the Akalis, you can look at that the splintering, because it'll have to legitimize itself. And if you're in the BJP, the only way you legitimize yourself is by saying, हमने हिंदुत्व एजेंडा पूरा नहीं किया.
No, that move to the extremes is what I worry about, in the sense that it's an inevitable logic of modern politics, I think, that the way you stand out in your own party is by, being purer than the purest. And to my mind, those horrific videos that emerged of that Dharam Sansad, where you had a bunch of leaders, and to me that was comparative. That was bound. They were all bound to be so extreme because they were competing with each other. Had it been one guy on a stage, he might have said something a little less mad. Still would have been objectionable, but a little less mad. But they competed with each other, and the worry is that kind of continues. And by the way, among the Republicans, Justin Amash did leave, but outlier who proves, the exception that proves the rule, I guess, in a sense. I think I've held you long enough, so we can, move away to more general questions and then something more pleasant. And my big general question here is multifold, which is about engaging with reality, something that you've kind of referred to, how in politics the rules of the game have also sort of changed. And I look at different sort of ecosystems and how they engage with reality. And one, I see the academic ecosystem, where I find that there is this massive academic circle jerk where academics are talking to each other and they are kind of trapped in that loop. And there are certain fashionable prisms which have to be adopted, otherwise you're not getting your papers published or not getting tenure. And more I see the academic world, especially in the humanities, as something that is in a parallel universe and has lost all connection to the real world, and nobody takes them seriously, and rightly so. I mean, individuals, of course, produce important work, but otherwise. Then I look at politics, and politics also in India, politicians don't bother to engage with reality in that sense, because our politicians have figured out that narratives matter, governance doesn't. And in any case, their core skill when they get to power is building narratives. That's how they get to power. Governance is not necessarily your core skill. You can, when you take over the state, you can let inertia continue and so on and so forth. And there also engagement with reality is not so critical. As far as the media is concerned, mainstream media is pretty much irrelevant, that we no longer have a consensus on the truth. It's narrative battles everywhere. As far as individuals are concerned, I think, there is that famous quote from Kashi Ka Assi, where Kashinath Singh ji says ki bhar mein jaye duniya, hum bajaye harmonia, right? Which is, sometimes I feel that I should just adopt that and live by that. And I think many people, whatever they do, they do despite the state. They're like, I gotta get by how I gotta get by. I don't really care. And plus, rational ignorance kicks in. Why waste time when your one vote won't make so much of a difference? And the market engages with reality to the limited extent that, you make money by fulfilling people's desires, so you want to know what they are, and so on and so forth. This then just becomes an issue that, reality is not in question in all of this. It's narrative games, narrative battles. Many great intellectuals are wasted in different ecosystems where they are of no consequence, like the academic world, for example. So what is your sense of all of this, or am I being too pessimistic, as is mostly the case?
I mean, these days you want to say, there's no such thing as being too pessimistic on this road. But I think I broadly agree with you. See, I think I have a slightly different take on the academic story. I actually don't think academics are meant to be consequential. And I think if academics play for consequence, they actually betray their profession. Because we are precisely supposed to be the conditionality of reflective stuff. And my worry about a lot of academics is not that they're not influential or they're irrelevant, is that in the way in which that we have now set our protocols, even inside the academy, we are actually betraying our vocation. So it is meant to be an ivory tower, precisely for a reason.
No, I agree with you in the sense that I agree that academics aren't meant to pursue change, but they're meant to pursue truth.
No, and more importantly, right? They are letting themselves being used as a kind of lightning rod. Right? I mean, that's the worst part, right? Now, But here, I think I would distinguish between two kinds of politicization of academia. So, look, one, like with any organization, there's a kind of institutional pathology, and particularly a lot of the stuff that you talked about, you know, building empires, patronage, creating particular paradigms. These are actually all straightforward power grabs within the academia. They start off with good intention, but every paradigm wants to perpetuate itself, right? Uh, the second thing I think is, I think this argument about the political views of academics. And there, I actually think the story is a little bit more exaggerated, because you will, of course, expect academics to be at, in a sense, the frontier of, and if you look at the kinds of things that people are objecting to, that academics are doing, particularly in the US, I think the bad faith of the objectors is as much clear as anything else. I mean, I have my problems with critical race theory, but like anything, it had a kind of core insight, which, now you want to say, you just can't even, in some sense, teach, right? There's a particular crisis specific to the humanities and disciplines like history. And I don't think that crisis is solvable. We used to manage that crisis by basically saying the political stakes in this should not be high. So, let the 1619, 76 project duke it out. Let Romila Thapar and Sitaram Goyal duke it out on medieval history. We'll see. Let R.C. Majumdar in, right? The problem, in a sense, is the insertion of a national identity in discourse that actually says our ground is that history. Now, once that happens, it both distorts the history and, in a sense, the stakes. Because, and I think to that extent that has kind of changed. I mean, I think I'm feeling kind of nostalgic. JNU has a lot to answer for. I mean, JNU's, academic practices were in some senses deeply exclusionary. But, in the 70s, right, the big exclusions were, or 80s subaltern studies, and CPI historians are not genuine historians. It was not the right wing. I mean, it actually, so I'd have colleagues who would say Shahid Amin is not a real historian. You're like scratching your head. I mean, so there was a certain kind of, I think pettiness and academic, patronage story there. But I don't think the crisis of the history profession is going to be solved so long as you have a politics governed by nationalism. And unfortunately, I think history has also set it itself out the problem, because most modern historiography was done in the service of the nation state in some ways. And so until we reach a point where the social contract is, look, it doesn't matter, right, whether Babur demolished a mosque or not, at least not to the project that we want to salvage now, I don't think you're going to get through the crisis of history. And unfortunately, historians, because in a way it increases their importance, fall right into the trap. I mean, they want to actually argue on those grounds. No, you just, who knows, if tomorrow a new document is discovered, do we completely change the modern Indian project and it justifies, So I think the crisis of history, because of its close connection to the nation state, I think is a particular one. I think the crisis of disciplines like economics and stuff is, I think, much more methodological hubris in some ways. I think, again, forgetting the conditionality of your own thinking. Politicians, I'll disagree with you a little bit. Even now, there's a fair degree of engagement with reality. I mean, the narrative part comes in because that's a way of kind of coping with what they say. So when you can't build a coalition on X, you build it on Y, right? But there is still something about the culture of politics that actually forces. And even with the BJP government, I mean, for the remarkable thing is how it feels it needs to respond. RSS feedback, farmers are upset. Now it could be for purely tactical reasons, right? The suit boot ki sarkar jaib. I mean, larger scheme of things seemed like a little political triviality. But what it meant, in some senses, to project. So I think with them, the issue is not that they're in touch with reality. It's whether they have the imagination and are willing to expend whatever political capital they have to actually, as you said, create those structures of governance. And in some areas they will, and some areas they won't. I mean, I think the one thing we are interestingly missing, I think, about the Indian state, and I have a slight disagreement with my friend Karthik on this, where we've got used to this very simple narrative of the public as a failure and the private as a kind of redemption. For a lot of people, beginning with UPA 1 is for the first time they're actually experiencing state capacity. I mean, think of infrastructure, for example. I mean, we are at a completely different page, right? Now, the surveillance things and stuff worries me, but the digital stuff is an expression of state capacity in some ways, right? And what we are, in a sense, being able to do on scale in lots of different ways is that. So I think it's a little bit unfair to say that what politicians are not doing are governance. I mean, my sense is they're finite. I think every government in India now, every state government does two things well, because that's the ambit of its capability. That's right. It decides what to do. Arvind Kejriwal decided health and education. Many would argue about infrastructure in Delhi, right? Whether the roads and stuff are. So I actually think the politicians are actually quite capable of building out state capacity. I think what we are doing with food distribution, right? I mean, for all the limitations, and there are exclusions, the debate on where PDS and the distribution of food now is very, very different from 20 years ago. Cash transfers. Now, you can agree or disagree with cash transfers, whether they're freebies or productives or not. But the fact that you can actually pull off what you're pulling off on scale. So I think the politicians are actually interested in reality. I think their just conception of it, I think, differs a little bit slightly from ours. And I think the care, I think, which we have to take, is that at the end of the day, but the public wants results. I think it's less interested in the public-private thing. And most of the politicians, I think, of this generation have grasped the importance of state capacity. Now, they'll use it for nefarious ends. There are political constraints. I mean, if you want to centralize power, sometimes that can detract from a certain kind of state capacity. But, I think we underestimate how much expansion of state capacity is actually happening in India. In some ways, I don't think that narrative, I mean, even of teacher absenteeism, actually the government school thing has had ripple effects everywhere. I mean, look at the transfer system in Haryana now, right? This kind of semi-automated system which Arvind Kejriwal now wants to take to Gujarat. Everybody give your first preferences. They'll have an algorithm sorting out. Actually, it was quite a big deal. I mean, the hundreds of people used to line outside Chandigarh for transfers. I'm sure at the margins, some of that stuff is still happening. So I actually do think in that sense, politicians, and what actually makes them dangerous is precisely that. I mean, if it were pure narrative, I think it would just explode beyond the point. I mean, you cannot fool all the people all the time. Right? Is that I think they are actually much more attuned to this stuff than I think a lot of us academics are actually. In some ways, and they've figured out a social contract within their political imagination. Everybody is asking the question, why isn't inflation generating more political resistance? Actually, maybe it's because compared to the 70s, because that's our benchmark, right? 80s and 70s. Maybe for certain sections, there's actually less volatility in basic access to food than was the case in the 70s and 80s. So yes, inflation is an issue, milk and vegetables and petrol prices are an issue, but it's not an issue in the same way that, let's say, flour and wheat might have been, 25, 30 years ago. So I one of the reasons we always lose against politicians is they are actually more circumscribed by reality than we are. Yes, the media, the public sphere, absolutely. I mean, and it actually goes back to the fundamental problem, right? Which is both the commercial incentives If you are really in the world, as you know, this example you gave, that a certain kind of post will go viral and get you more revenue, and you are in a regulatory world where pretty much most of the media is now supply side media. I mean, I don't think Mr. Arani is going to make money off NDTV. That's not the point. Most channels don't make money, right? You actually have an architectural problem, which is, what are the avenues through which voices get amplified? Now, having said that, I actually think in certain sections of the media, I think the Hindi press, certain parts of the Hindi press which I read, I actually don't think it's a structural problem. These are genuine media houses, but they have become genuinely committed to this political project. I think they'll think of the Dainik Jagran, for example. That, and it's a kind of indication of that institutionalization of. I don't think it's just because there's pressure. They are actually real believers in this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, there are plenty of real believers. I mean, this is a society. Let's honestly, it's quite a hopeful note that you've struck, that our politicians perhaps can eventually someday come to the rescue. Let's now talk about your reading habit, which I'm interested in. You said that the ideal kind of life for you is, and your thick desire is, that you're paid to read books. So tell me a little bit about what your reading habit is like. Is there an intentionality to your reading habit as well? That at some point you decided that there is a certain amount of reading you do. Also, when you read, do you take notes? What do you do for, assimilating the knowledge that you gather for knowledge management? And how big is writing a part of that assimilation process?
Oh, wow. One should not overvalorize reading. I mean, it's something I enjoy. There's that famous line of Hobbes. I don't know whether you've heard. So John Aubrey, who's this 17th century gossip, and writes these wonderful brief lives of all the kind of big characters of the 17th century. So he goes to Hobbes and says, Mr. Hobbes, people don't think you're a real scholar. I mean, obviously, Hobbes' political views are controversial because you don't cite many people in your books, which gives them the impression that you actually haven't read a whole lot. And Hobbes replies, he said, if I had read as much as anyone else, I would have known only as much as anyone else. So I think you can, I think you can valorize. But I'm addicted to reading in the sense that without a certain number of hours of it a day, it can vary. I mean, that obviously varies by responsibility and where you are. There's just almost a sense of, it's almost like an addiction in some ways. It's much less disciplined, I think, and particularly now, where I think the temptation to gain lots of superficial knowledge in lots of different fields, at least even if you don't understand, you can say, okay, yes, this is the question that's been asking, I think is much, much greater. The notes and stuff is so anything that's in my core discipline, particularly political theory and philosophy, of course, is not just detailed notes, but in some sense, it's the act of responding by writing, not necessarily publishing, but at least you're kind of engaging with it, I think is hugely important. And I actually find teaching does the wonders for your reading. You actually read things differently when you have to teach it, because you then have to really, in a sense, clarify the logical presentation in a way in which, sometimes with reading you can skip on. I used to do a lot of marginal notes, which partly because a larger proportion of the books are now in electronic format. I mean, just for access reasons. You can highlight and stuff, but I actually miss the dog marked books with all kinds of annotations. I think I think across the board. I do find, as you get older, talking of the dissolving self, that the ability to retain structures and arguments, I think, still remains, but the memory about detail and facts, I think I used to be better at it, right? I mean, and this is a gift often historians have, right? I think you find yourself struggling with a little bit more with that now, and maybe it's just a kind of process of aging, or at least I hope it's nothing more than that. you know, and it's interesting how the memory works in some ways, that it's, if you can figure out the architectonic, it's easier to retain than in a sense trying to, retain lots of details and narratives and facts. So I've become less in command of stories, I think, than I kind of used to. Even in the reading of fiction, I mean, the broad outlines of the point, the plot, the affect, if it made you think, all that remains, but the kinds of things that you used to remember, which is, lines from characters, textures of characters, that I think that, and maybe it's just overload. I mean, it could be just be that, there's too much time on the screen, and so you're not processing it as much.
So, final question for my listeners and for me, recommend some books, movies, or music, or any kind of art that you love and that you want to share with the world.
Oh gosh, so much. Academics are the wrong people too, I think.
What kind of music do you listen to?
So with music, it's mostly Hindustani classical. I mean, that's about 75 to 80%. And otherwise it's Hindi. So I actually, Western music, it'll be Western classical mostly.
But who are the
and mostly
composers?
orchestral stuff. So it's I mean, it's not a very surprising. They're the usual suspects: Beethoven, Mozart, Handel, Mendelssohn,
Hindustani?
Schubert. And actually, the one thing I would recommend, actually, for particularly people who are not used to Eastern Western classical, the Berlin Philharmonic. They started this under COVID, but they have actually put out a lot of this stuff online. And they also do like these 10-minute things, right? So it's a larger performance, and obviously you have to subscribe to pay access to the larger performance just digitally. But even those shorter things are truly kind of extraordinary if you're kind of, feeling. So that's actually become the kind of, you just look at the kind of Berlin Philharmonic's next release. But otherwise, and I think with classical now, interestingly, after going through a phase where I thought I had less patience, actually going back to longer compositions. Because one of the, I think, interesting things about, Hindustan classical and talk of empowerment is the archive that is now publicly available. I mean, we all grew up with Nikhil Banerjee, but the repertoire we'd heard was probably like 20 recordings. Now it's probably like 80, 100. And some of them are better than anything that was kind of published in his lifetime, right? So there's a way in which you actually kind of recreate your own sense of the history of that music and that performer. I think that's actually right now. I think that's been more enticing in some ways, I think, than anything.
Books, films.
God, books. I think on fiction, I think the Hilary Mantel trilogy, I think is stunning, particularly the third one. People like the third less, but I thought it's a real tour of, particularly if you're interested in politics. I mean, it's of a kind of different order. I've been trying to read a lot more Hindi fiction, and I must confess, I think people like Premchand I had read at an age where you kind of miss most of it. I mean, there is such a thing as kind of rereading with it at a different, I think, lens. There's a academic in Delhi University, Apurvanand, the professor of Hindi. I mean, it's a wonderful book on Premchand, actually. Which, apart from everything else, is a kind of model of how to read sensitively, and it just makes you look at those stories very, very differently. And it's actually a meditation on secularism, because that's a lot of what the Premchand, I think, story is about. I think a lot of, given the theme that we discussed, and this is a course I'm been teaching and hope to develop further, is this course on global political thought. And I have to say, my acquaintance with both Chinese political thought and broadly what's called Islamic political thought was relatively cursory. I mean, knew a fair bit, some of the classics, but to actually kind of engage, I think, as seriously with it. So the last year, I think a lot of it has, been kind of engaged. And as I said, that gives you a kind of very different perspective in some senses on how people situated in these societies looking at normative questions and history. And the quality of writing and scholarship is just stunning. I mean, I think so. I think we are at that age where lot of lateral reading in some senses, I think, and drawing lateral connections is probably much more interesting than kind of just digging down in your own furrow.
Pratap, thank you so much for coming on this show. I've really enjoyed talking to you.
Thank you so much. It's always a real treat and privilege to talk to you.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Do share this episode and any other you like with anyone who you think might be interested. You can follow Pratap on Twitter at PB Mehta. You can follow me at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.